Okay, so sorry for the 20-minute delay working through some troubleshooting, but at least we're going now. Um, awesome. We got it working. Yeah, I think there was a setting there where it was trying to send twice the resolution of my screen to you guys instead of the actual resolution, and it just wasn't lining up. So I got it worked out. We're good to go. Thank you for all the love and support. Yes. I think that out of penance for that, all the patience you guys showed, maybe the next song I do is Patience. I think there's one called Patience out there, right? That might be a good one to do next, right? As a thank you for all of you and being patient with me. Much appreciated. All right. So I'm gonna get the video started and we'll take the first one in together. Uh, Let me know if it's too loud because I can adjust it over here for you guys so it's not too much louder than my volume. Cool. Oh, there we go. Perfect. So patience will be reacted to in one way or another. Awesome. All right. So here we go. Let me know about the volume.
Hello everyone. This is the first time I've done something like this before. I wanted to write it down because there's a lot and I didn't want to miss anything.
Volume good?
And some parts of this might be a little bit uncomfortable to listen to, but I wanted to stay as true as possible to the story, not miss anything, for the sake of people who might be going through something similar, or for the sake of people who don't but want to help understand a little bit more.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dark Matter.
I promise that everything in this story is 100% true.
And
Nothing is
Captain
exaggerated for dramatic effect.
and
Some names I
hummingbirds.
don't mention and some details
All
I
right, I'm
don't go
gonna
too far into or
go
downplay
back
them
just
for
a
the
little
sake of the
bit.
people
Wanted
going
to
through
make
something
sure about
similar
that.
to listen
So
to, but I wanted to stay as true as possible to the story, not miss anything, for the sake of people who might be going through something similar, or for the sake of people who don't but want to help understand a little bit more. Yeah. I promise that everything in this story is 100% true. Nothing is exaggerated for dramatic effect. Some names I don't mention and some details I don't go too far into or downplay them for the sake of the people around me. Timelines might occasionally be a little bit off, but that's just because I've had to write everything from memory from a time that was quite hazy. I ask before embarking on this journey with me that you all respect the privacy of myself and the people around me. You might be compelled to reach out to some of the people that I mention, cast judgment, praise them, criticize them, and I ask you kindly not to. It's my choice to be in the public eye, and it's mine alone. This is the first time my story is on the public record in a concise way. Being in the public eye is strange. The more that I give to you, the less that I get to keep for myself. I don't find the experience of sharing particularly enjoyable. I don't so much like the questions that follow. And I'm not a medical expert, so I don't like to be seen as somebody with all the answers, because I don't have them. And because of the empathy that I feel, I'm compelled to try and help as many people as possible. But the last time I opened myself up to this on a one-on-one basis, I was surrounded by a lot of death, and there simply weren't enough hours in the day. So I ask you, if you need support, please reach out to a professional or use my music as your companion. I share my story in hopes that somebody who needs it finds it, that it provides hope, that it might ease the suffering for the people like me. I like my solitude, so I ask that anyone who respects the work I make and respects my contribution to the world to respect my solitude. A lot happened in my teenage years, and I didn't live the most normal of lives, but I'll save that story for another time. The important thing to contextualize this story is that I was full of life. I was full of a burning desire to change the world. The flaws in how we interact seemed obvious to me. I believed in people's power to change the unnecessary suffering we inflict upon ourselves. I was also enamored with music. Music is the closest thing to God that I have. It's a gateway to the unexplainable, and it's a way of communicating the inexpressible.
just want to pause it right there. Man, just want to say how impressed I know we're all impressed with Ren, right? But um, him being able to just kind of put it out all there out on the line, it's really special. you know. He's obviously super talented. Seems like he's wise beyond his years. Had a lot of clarity in things when he was young, like you was saying, full of life. So a good setting that. I probably won't stop this too much, and we can kind of talk about it afterwards. But I just kind of wanted to set that um, aside a little bit. I think that's just a really good setting, and I appreciate him watching out for those that he loves, saying that he chooses to be in the public eye, but they don't. So yeah. Okay, here we go.
There's just one moment I want to share with you from the years before I got sick. I was 17 and I felt indestructible. I'm not sure why, but my whole life I had this feeling inside myself that I was meant to do something important, not for myself, not for praise, not for personal gain, but something that would change the world for the better. It's hard to describe it without coming across like an egomaniac or having some sort of God complex, but I felt like I had some sort of divine purpose. And I remember feeling this so strongly that one afternoon after school, I stood in the centre of my bedroom and I spoke loud into an empty void. I said that I would single-handedly take on and defeat the forces of evil, and I welcomed them to try their best. Throughout the years, that memory stuck with me, taunting me sometimes. Flash forward to 2019. I remember the first day I knew something was wrong very well. I woke up in an unfamiliar room in Cardiff, feeling like a raven had perched itself upon my heart. Every time my heart beat, it's like some part of me was aware of the foreboding death sentence that was to come. Some sort of primal instinctive dread. Everything felt wrong, and I felt prosthetic, like I could tear my own skin off and observe though I was watching passively from another room. The night before, I'd been in Cardiff visiting friends in university. It was the end of summer, we'd gone out to a few bars. I wasn't really enjoying myself. That year I'd been struggling with social anxiety, perhaps from years of abusing my brain with a whole pick and mix and selection of party drugs. Engaging with society felt like stepping into the ring with a heavyweight champion. Every single fucking question felt like an oncoming haymaker I had to socially navigate because of my very limited toolkit of charisma at the time. I don't know why I cared about being liked so much, but the more I cared, the less equipped I became to have a simple human conversation. I used to deal with this by getting fucking hammered. That night was no exception. I got smashed, lost my phone, and woke up in a strange apartment. In the bed opposite mine was a snoring rugby player and his girlfriend. Everything just seemed off, and it wasn't a hangover. My first thought was I'd been spiked. I quietly gathered all my belongings and left before anyone could wake up and punch me with a conversation. I wandered around a grey Cardiff in the haze, feeling like I've just been rigged up to an IV bag full of ketamine and cyanide, and the whole world just seemed off, like I was looking at it through a tunnel. A heavy feeling of fear clung around me like a straitjacket. The only comforting thought was that with enough time, rest and water, it would pass, but it didn't. For 8 long years, it didn't. And this is my story of an 8-year-long nightmare. I returned back to my dad's home. He was living with his partner at the time. It wasn't my home, so I already felt uncomfortable and out of place. These unusual symptoms persisted. I figured I'd caught some sort of virus and I'd get better with time. But by the end of the week, things were a lot worse. I took myself to the doctor and he said he thought it sounded viral, that if I went home and got enough rest, it would eventually pass. And it didn't. For 8 years, it didn't. I returned for my second year of university. My brain was full of fog and my body felt poisoned. There were intermittent days where I felt like a hollow suit of skin. I'd sit in lectures unable to focus and was devoid of any sort of personality. I'd be able to have basic conversations, yeses and nos, but I was stripped of the ability to think spontaneously. It's like my body was taking up so much processing power being sick that I could not have original or spontaneous thought. The most peculiar thing about this was there was a me that was aware that this was all happening and was observing it from outside of myself, locked out, screaming silently, banging on the walls of my mind to be let in, and never successfully. And nonetheless, there I was, like a ghost haunting myself. My usual routine was getting home, running a shower and curling up into a ball to cry underneath the running water, not understanding what was going on. I brought myself to the doctors numerous times during this period, requesting every blood test they'd let me have, often being dismissed and told things like stress from university can cause strange symptoms. But how come no one I knew in university could relate to this? Eventually I was put on a 6-month-long waiting list to see a mental health specialist who did a short 1-page questionnaire and wrongly diagnosed me as hypercycling bipolar and put me on a course of citalopram. After a few weeks it stole my ability to sleep. I was told to stick it out and it would level out and eventually I'd feel more like myself. I stuck it out and I got worse. and I pulled myself off it after 2 weeks in a row of sleepless nights and insomnia.
So I gotta stop it there. Just as a mental health counselor, prescribing off of a one-page questionnaire, it's just kind of ridiculous, right? He wasn't listened to, and that breaks my heart for him. Um, all the struggles. I think in there somewhere he mentioned that music is the closest thing to a religion he has, but he was so full of life and gusto. Uh, he wanted to take on the world, which is awesome. He definitely has a sense of adventure. But then one of the other things that he said that really took me back was he felt he had only a little charisma. Now, charisma isn't something that I really ever considered a skill to train, and it might be to some degree, right? But yeah, he's got oodles of it now, right? He's just full of charisma, and I bet he even had it then when he didn't think he did. Yeah, that took me back a little bit. But yeah, nobody to relate to, in a whole, not being properly diagnosed, knowing something's wrong, not being able to get help. Yeah, I hear you. It, I'm sure it made him angry, and hearing it as a mental health professional, it makes me disappointed, and it makes me remember that defining success video that I reacted to, where in in that he made a call to the medical community saying that we need to do better, and we do, especially if that is the outcome. And he's not alone. I know that is an outcome for many. So anyway, just wanted to stop and pause, give some thoughts there because he was directly kind of talking about the mental health care he received right at the beginning. Um, yeah, so citalopram is a SSRI. It's not uh, super strong, and what they told him is sometimes it does take a while to ramp up until you get the effects and it levels off. However, being prescribed anything off of a one-page questionnaire, um, yeah, that's not okay. Yep, we'll continue to push forward.
There's something pretty peculiar about being told you're in some sort of spectrum of madness. Even if you suspect that you're mad, your diagnosis finds a way to claw itself into your identity even if it doesn't belong to you. Ever since I was a child, I'd always be asking what and why and how things worked. I couldn't really accept things as they were without knowing how. I carried into my adult years, and so as the bipolar hammer crashed and sentenced itself into my reality, I began searching online for behaviours associated with it, people's first-hand experiences, what it felt like to be manic. In these earlier days of my illness, the symptoms would fluctuate in severity day by day. Some days I'd be in a thick, tired fog, and other days they'd be more merciful. I began to associate the days of not suffering as mania and would act more erratically on the days that my symptoms were less bothersome. I did things like climbing out of windows of a 6-story student accommodation or get so drunk I'd wake up outside of the university campus lawn. But it wasn't mania. I just wasn't hurting. I spent one day a week with my therapist, who was teaching me cognitive behavioural therapy. The issue was, mentally reframing unexplainable symptoms caused a lot of cognitive dissonance for me. I was told my anxiety or depression was causing my symptoms, but in reality it was my symptoms which were making me anxious and depressed. So I was in some sort of inescapable bind. I'd devotedly work on my mental health, following every new tool for coping to the letter, only to have my symptoms get worse, which made me frustrated, raise the intensity of my treatment, only to get even more frustrated as my body seemed to deteriorate. After 6 months, I told my mum I'd happily saw off my own leg with a blunt knife if it meant my symptoms would vanish, and I meant it. I told her if I had to live with this strange feeling for one more year, I'd kill myself. And I meant that too. But something happened that winter which showed me firsthand the horrors and the fallout from suicide.
All right, so I'm pretty sure that he's going to get into Joe here, but just wanted to wanted to just comment um, as he was telling that story where it just seemed there's a really big disconnect between his mental health care and his physical health care. And the mental health therapist that he was seeing forced him into a pigeonhole, a box that the mental health care system could explain without leaving room for there to be physical health ailments. Like in the mental health world, we go by the DSM, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, right? It uh, was probably the fourth edition when he was at that time. It's the fifth edition now, which is a bit better. It definitely explains a lot of disorders better. But um, part of that understanding how to be a really good dia- uh, diagnostician um, is to understand that there are several disorders that present as mental health disorders, but they're really physical disorders. There's some sort of physical onset. Could be poisoning, could be drug induced, could be, in his case, some sort of autoimmune or um, insect bite. Um, One of the ones that's actually really prevalent is with diabetes or having a urinary tract infection. Those things can actually cause you to display some mental um, symptoms. Um, Not to mention dementia, and those are really a neurocognitive decline, um, but it might present as schizophrenia. Uh, and it's the schizophrenic drugs aren't going to do anything, right? Antipsychotics aren't going to do anything for that. So yeah, no, I feel for the guy. I just really wanted to kind of call that out because it seems like the spot where he got lost was A, being diagnosed way too quickly and being treated way too quickly with medication. But then when it wasn't working, instead of the therapist being open to, well, maybe this isn't what he's describing is called a psychosomatic symptoms, right? Where the brain can trick the body into feeling symptoms, physical symptoms. And that does happen. And that's the diagnosis they were making. But once it's not ringing true, then there should have been a shift. And there wasn't. Uh, there wasn't a referral to get more medical testing done for different things. So um, that's where the some of the breakdown was. But I just kind of wanted to give my 2 cents about that part. Um, yeah. Uh, Thank you for all the nice comments. Anita said my friend's daughter had Lyme disease, and they found out about 2 months after she got it, but now she's okay. But she described the same symptoms to her mother for 2 months, and she was only 10 years old. Yeah, that's super relatable to Ren's journey there. And it would have been easy. I'm glad that they found out that it was Lyme's disease, right? Because it would have been easy to kind of classify those things as some mental health things. I think it's a little bit easier when um, you're dealing with a child because um, the symptoms that he's describing, they wouldn't jump to treatment like that. Some of those diagnoses, like bipolar disorder, you're not supposed to diagnose children with bipolar. There's other things that you need to work through first. So uh, anyway, so I feel for you there, Anita. And yeah, Dark Matter said, can you imagine 8 years of that? I can't. I really can't. Um, and Anita said that her mother has been studying some kind of medical education in the past, and she made the decision to have tests for Lyme disease. So no doctor thought of it. So yeah, lucky break there, right? Um, it's good to be generally educated. And then Nikki says, my dad talked out of his mind when he had a UTI, and it was scary. Exactly, right? Um, it's people don't understand that. Sometimes UTIs can cause some presenting paranoia and even some kind of psychosis, hallucinations, that kind of thing. So, yeah. Alrighty. So we'll
I
continue.
met Joe when I was
But
9 years old.
yeah,
I remember the first time clearly. I
back
was
to
standing
Joe.
in his living room when he turned to me and he was like, "Watch this." Then he proceeded to climb on top of his sofa and did a front flip onto a stone living room floor. He landed on his back and lay motionless for a few seconds before grinning, getting up, and then doing it all over again. We grew up terrorising the streets of the small village we grew up in, playing knock door run or breaking into people's gardens to play on their trampolines. We stayed friends throughout high school, going through various phases together. Joe was comedian of the group. I remember countless mornings after messy all-nighters, Joe would be cracking endless jokes like a professional stand-up routine, and we'd all be in tears laughing.
You mentioned a game, forget what he called it, where you knock on a door and you run away. And I just imagine him and Joe doing that. I actually did that with a couple of my friends, but here in the States, or at least where I grew up, we called it ding dong ditch, right? So like you ring the bell and then you ditch, right? So he called it something else, but yeah, it just kind of brought up uh, a funny memory for me. Did you guys ever do stupid stuff like that as kids? I don't know. Let me know in the comments. We'll continue.
When I started writing my first songs, Joe and Sega were the first people who always knew every word, and they would sing along at the top of their lungs. They gave me a lot of self-belief, and they helped me build the foundation of what I do today, and I owe them a lot for that. That Christmas, I came back home to Wales from university. On Christmas Eve, me and Joe were sat in a pub, and he turned to me, and he told me that he'd fantasized about walking into the sea until he was totally submerged. He had a pretty morbid sense of humour, so I didn't really take him as seriously as I should have. 2 days later, it's 3 a.m. and I get a phone call. It's my friend Ella. She tells me that Joe is on the bridge by my house. He was drunk, he'd called her up, and he told her he was going to jump. I was still half asleep. I fumbled, pulling on whatever clothes I could that were near, and I walked out of the front door, and the winter air stung my face, and it woke me up. Adrenaline kicked in, and I started sprinting towards the bridge. It was about a 5-minute walk, a 2.5-minute sprint. As I was running, I dialed Joe's number, and I get a busy tone, and I felt relief because it meant he was still alive. I kept hitting redial as I ran, and as I got about halfway to the bridge, the busy tone changes. I get an automated voice note saying the number's out of service, and my heart sunk. I got to the suspension bridge that connects Anglesey to the mainland, and it usually looks very beautiful. I sprint up and down the bridge yelling Joe's name, and it's silence, and it's deafening. And I peer over the bridge into the blackness, and the bridge sits about 100 feet above the water. Hitting cold water at that height is like smashing into concrete. And the waters are notoriously dangerous because of the cross current. I hear nothing, no sounds, nothing. I run up and down the bridge about 2 times before I spot a figure at the end of it, and my heart jumps into my throat, and I run towards the figure, and it's my friend Ricky who's had the same call, and we both run around up and down the bridge and around the surrounding area looking for Joe. More of his friends eventually arrive, and there's nothing. I was about a minute too late. We spent the next week walking up and down beaches with flashlights, and when it's that dark, every other large rock starts to look like a washed up body. We plastered all the neighbouring towns in missing posters, contacting whoever we could, someone who might know something. We checked bank records to see if any money had been withdrawn since he went missing. There was CCTV footage of him walking onto the bridge, but there wasn't any of him coming off. But there were dead zones in the footage, so there was still a small chance he could be alive. I was sleeping about 3 hours a night, pretty determined that we'd still find him. For about 10 days we had nothing, and then suddenly a call comes through while we're all at my friend Miles's house having food. It's the police. A body had been found in the water by the bridge. We piled into my friend's car. I remember being in the back seat in floods of tears, repetitively punching the back of the passenger seat as we drove to the scene. As we pull up, I saw a lifeless body being zipped up into a green bag near a parked ambulance. Its skin was bloated by the seawater, and it wasn't Joe. Someone else decided to jump that day. Joe was never found. It's difficult to truly let go when you can't say goodbye. For months following, I held on to this fantasy that we'd get a call that he'd run away to some European town and he was happy and he was healthy. But that call never came. The time during his inquest was also around the time I was struggling with the side effects of a new antidepressant. I remember sitting in the courtroom feeling like I was listening to the whole thing deep underwater. The judge felt the circumstances surrounding Joe's death didn't mean The judge felt that the circumstances surrounding Joe's death meant that the verdict was left open. It kind of stung even more to not have an official ruling of suicide. I remember going to visit his mum not long after and witnessing the aftermath of a mother grieving for her baby boy. The silence of his father, the tears of his mother. I decided that day that I'd have to wait until my illness killed me because I couldn't do it by choice. I couldn't put my family through that. Over the next 10 years, I returned to my hometown, only a handful of times following Joe's death. My last visit was in the summer of last year. I reconnected with Joe's parents and showed them a song that I'd written, simply entitled For Joe. We cried together, reminisced together, joked, and I'm proud to say that I gave Joe's mum enough money to afford a caravan she told me she'd been saving up for. That felt pretty good. We'd
Good
also
for
do
you,
a
Ren.
fundraiser for the Royal National Lifeboat Institution, who were integral for searching for Joe during that time, and we raised a
Oh,
pretty
look at
good
that.
amount of money too.
21K.
Being able to give back in whatever small
That's
way I
awesome.
could felt good, and it felt right for all the years Joe had made us all laugh till it hurt. He was a solid person, just a little lost, as we all are sometimes. And I miss him. Life was about to take an even more unusual turn, and I was about to meet the first angel of this story. So stay tuned for that.
All right, so we'll listen to the song here for Joe. I did a reaction to it. Um, yeah, it's a tough one, but yeah, some good comments there. Appreciate it. Even if Joe's purpose on Earth was to show Rin not to do it, to make the impact on the world that he has, that's a greater purpose. But at least there's that small silver lining that we can look at. But I'm sure that that's not not a silver lining for Rin, right? Um, yeah, maybe it is, because like he just said, he couldn't do that to his parents and his loved ones. So he said, I had to wait for my illness to kill me. Yeah. Um, you could still feel like he's got a lot of pain associated with that for sure. So yeah, we'll take in for Joe and then start uh, talk a little bit. Uh, yeah. Oh, hi, Kamash. Yeah. Sorry, I was having some difficulties even just streaming to YouTube, trying to get that worked out. So streaming to both, I'm not quite there yet. So I decided just to do it on YouTube. But I'm glad you're here now. So sorry you missed a little bit of chapter one. Alrighty. So we'll listen to For Joe, and then we'll go to chapter two. Let me know any thoughts that you might have on that. One thing I did want to say before I start that, a detail that I picked up there is that Joe was drunk, right? And that guts me even more, um, because even if he was considering it, he was he wasn't of sound mind, right? Like he was under influences, um, and being drunk, it's easy to make stupid decisions uh, that aren't thought out. So yeah, that guts me even more because I didn't know that he was drunk. So super tragic. Right. Alrighty. Gonna play this one now. Such beautiful scenery in Calgary there. He sure knows how to pick a location. I think I said it before, but it really does amaze me.
It's hard to take off from the ground when your wings are cut. Your stomach burns when you're drinking from an empty cup. You know the entire ocean came from my tear ducts. I see the world through Fibonacci sequences and double Dutch. I guess there's some that's born lucky, there's some that's not. I tried to cut away my bitterness, hatchet job. I locked my youth inside the trunk, inside the pickup truck, then dumped that whole thing over that same bridge the night you jumped. I think about that sometimes, vividly. What it felt like to look down and see tranquility. One sudden movement in a world of possibility. Only one movement to expose our fragility. I fucking miss you, and I miss myself. I miss thinking we were indestructible as hell. I miss chilling by the pier cave and kicking back with Callum, Hugo, Justin, Sega, Stevie and the fucking lads. I miss missing that. I numb myself to close the gap. I never even call them up. Distance is my plaster cast, to tell the truth. The day you jumped, my childhood jumped too. But I still can't find the anger. All I find is missing you, man, I miss you. With all my rhymes, I picture running 5 minutes quicker, I'm right on time. I picture pulling you back over the edge and then we're crying. And holding you, my brother, and telling you that it's fine, not the way that it worked. I was late like a jerk, there's not a day where I can find a way to break from the hurt. Your body missing, so we never got to wave to the hearse. I hope you're listening, I love you, man, I miss you, absurd, fuck. Another domino, it falls. Across the way another's born. How you're supposed to raise a child and give it courage from a storm. In a world that is confusing, contradictions pave our flaws. Some will say we're only human, others judge us for our flaws. Some get born in sheets of satin, some get by in tattered clothes. Some will die before they live, that's just how the story goes. But for those of us still with us, who reside inside our hearts, tell them proudly how you feel. And for those of us who aren't, freckled angels stand strong, freckled angels live on, freckled angels climb higher, freckled angels still inspire, freckled angels won't forget you, teach me to live my life better. 13 years and still I miss you, now my wings are missing feather. Otherwise I'd come and join you, but for now I'm here on earth, stuck inside this mortal body, but for everything it's worth. Made me braver, made me wiser, made me stronger, made me true, made me face the world with courage, and that's all because of you. Freckled angels laugh the hardest, and their hearts, they are the largest. With their wings, they fly the farthest. So I know you're gonna be okay. Freckled angels live the longest, and their minds, they are the strongest. Oh, their friends, they are the fondest. So I know you're gonna be okay.
Yeah, well said. Um, it is beautifully haunting. And Cherry S, very well said. Yeah, Red did something for Joe's family. Um, Many may not realize is he remembered him, right? Uh, Absolutely. So many won't talk about someone after that happens and kind of push it under the carpet. It happens a lot, not only with, when people take their own life, but also just um, loss in general. Something really strange happened today, actually, right? My my wife went to go to her hairdresser, and she just goes to like a somebody who does it, but they weren't responding to her text messages, right? Um, so we're like, well, let's just go over there and at your appointment time and see if they're there. Um, and there was a sign on the door that said that there had been an emergency and there was another number to call. And then we got news today that the hairdresser had died in an accident. She was like 36 years old, right? Um, Had like a 13-year-old daughter, and my wife is just gutted for her. I never met her, um, but people can just get taken away in an instant, right? You never know whether and I don't know what kind of accident it was, but um, yeah, you never know. So hopefully, um, people remember her, and just like they remember Joe, and it's such an awesome thing for um, for Joe's family to have Ren so many years later still come back um, and show so much appreciation and love to the family. I mean, it's it's nothing in the big picture, right? But yeah, so strange, right? But, um, see, Elizabeth J. Sherry, or Ren allowed us to see the stages of grief through his music. Absolutely, I agree with you there. Thank you, Nikki. I appreciate that. Yeah, it was a crazy. It was today, so my wife was grieving through that today. Um, Elizabeth said, "I think um, being able to write these songs and do something special for Joe's family gave Ren some closure and some peace." Yeah, I agree. That's well said. Um, yeah, those kind of losses will stay with you forever. Um, yeah, you're in time for chapter two. I'm glad you're here. Um, Better late than never. I'm glad anybody showed up. I'm elated. Um, all you renegades are awesome. I appreciate it so much. Uh, okay, definitely in the picture then, as Fezza says, there's a spoiler there that Ren ended up dating Joe's cousin, so definitely has some other ties with Joe's family as well. But welcome everybody who popped in. Let me know what's going on with you today, or if you have any comments or anything sticks out to you with the videos and whatnot. Yeah, but let's hop right into chapter two. Um, Such a beautiful song, man. And Ren's piano playing. I mean, I was told in the comments that he's self-taught. I mean, that's just amazing. Yeah. I have one other friend. I've mentioned in the videos a few times that I've done some live sound recording, and one of them has done some CDs, and he's a piano player, and he's a self-taught piano player as well. Ended up getting his music degree from the University of New Mexico. Amazing guy, but yeah, people that are able to teach themselves instruments, yeah, it's super impressive. Right? I've tried to pick up the guitar several times. I have one somewhere, right? But have never had the stick-to-itiveness or the free time or the diligence to do it. I remember one Christmas we bought me and my daughter guitars, and we were gonna kind of learn how to do it together. Um, and we did for a little while, but it kind of, life got in the way. But never too late. Maybe I can do that. I mean, she's in nursing school now, my daughter, so um, I can't disrupt that. But maybe sometime down the road we can pick it up. But yeah, I played a trumpet and French horn, more some brass instruments, a little bit of drums, but yeah, always wanted to learn how to play the piano. Anyway, sorry, off topic a little bit, but yeah, we'll get to chapter two.
A year of living in a nightmarish purgatory does strange things to your psyche. I was still trying to push through university, but I found myself missing many lectures to stay in bed. I started noticing more unusual symptoms creeping in, a strange buzzing sensation in the soles of my feet. My vision started looking like fuzzy television static, something that I later learned was called visual snow, something with no known origin. My calf muscles started constantly twitching and
Hmm.
spasming. At any moment, they wouldn't go longer than 20 seconds without twitching, and that can drive you a bit nuts. All these symptoms I still live with to this day. You just become very used to tolerating constant discomfort. It becomes kind of the norm and kind of becomes like an annoying, unsettling radio static in the background of existence. I stopped taking my antidepressants after having cycled many different kinds. None of them helped. All of them gave me some new kind of symptom or side effect like insomnia, dry mouth, heart palpitations, no libido, etc. I spent a lot of my time alone, but in the moments of respite I'd hang out with friends. We formed
I just wanted to stop it there. Man, those are a lot of symptoms that he had to go through. I'd never heard of the one that he was talking about. The snow. It's interesting. It reminds me a little bit of tinnitus, right? I have a little bit of tinnitus, or I think in the UK you say tinnitus. Um, it's just like ear ringing, right? And it's always there. Sometimes I'm able to just like not even realize that it's there. But then if I listen for it, I hear it. Like there's always a ringing in my ear um, to some degree. But it's nothing compared to what Ren's going through there. It just reminded me of that. Um, he's got that kind of pain going on. Absolutely. Let me catch up on some comments here. Um, oh, thank you. I appreciate the pixel hugs and love, Cosmic. Thank you very much. Right back at you. Pixel hugs and love for everybody here. Thank you guys so much for coming. Um, and Kimaj says, my daughter and I run a nonprofit pet food bank, and the loss of a pet can be almost as devastating, especially for an elderly client. who already lost a spouse. Grief is grief. Well said. Absolutely. And thank you for running a non-profit pet food bank. I mean, that is a niche need, but um, kudos to you. Absolutely. You guys got to see Roxy the other day. She's awesome. I love that dog. So, yeah. And before Roxy, I had five dogs. Five dogs at the same time. Yeah. Had a Siberian Husky, uh, a Rottweiler mix, a Min Pin, a Chihuahua, and a Yorkie. But they all got to be about 12, 13, 14 years old all around the same time. So we ended up losing all of them in like a 2 to 3 year period. Um, I was gutted, especially after one of them, especially the Roddy mix, I was super close with. All of them I loved, but that one I still have tears over sometimes. Um, and I went a while. I was like, man, I can't do another pet right now. Um, after all that loss, but then happenstance happened, and um, my wife's an animal person too, and she's like, "Hey, guess what?" It's like, "What?" And then she sends me a picture of a dog with her in the car, and I was like, "Okay." So she brought a dog home that was actually going to go back to the Humane Society or the pound for the third time, and she wasn't having it. So uh, and I'm so thankful that that happened because, man, that dog is such an awesome emotional support for me. Sorry, I'm going off about my dogs, but yeah, um, definitely a dog person. We also have a cat, Bella. Brenda, she's over there. I see her. She's kind of a fat cat. She's not as friendly as Roxy. She kind of does her own thing, like cats do. Um, but she's affectionate every once in a while. Anyway, all right, back on some comments. Um, awesome. My daughter is an RN first and assistant in neurosurgery. Awesome. Congratulations, Nikki. That is so cool. Um, I just mentioned my daughter's in nursing school also, so right behind yours, maybe. I don't know if she wants to do neurosurgery, but then Captain Tennille said, I took piano lessons as a kid, hated it, but that knowledge really helped later in life when I picked up the bass. Okay. All right, Captain, maybe you can um, play along to a REN tune or something and post it. We can react to that. Cosmic Vagabond Pixie says you still go through them. Oh, Pixel, not Pixie. Sorry. Or Pixie, not Pixel. Okay. All credit goes to my daughter. Oh, that's awesome. Manager about the that niche food pantry, basically. Hit the like button before the stream went live. Oh, thank you very much, Captain. Appreciate it. Tough. It was tough. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry you lost your black lab, hummingbird. That's uh, gutted. Uh, Cosmic says that same thing. Can never get over it. Yeah. Um, Nikki says that her mom had four purebred mutt rescues. That's awesome. Yep, rescues are the best. Um, couldn't get another. Couldn't go through that again. I hear you, hummingbird, but I'm telling you, there's nothing like having a pet. Yeah, I almost dread thinking about, Roxy's like almost 4. And I'm like, I'll enjoy the next 10 years, hopefully, with her. But yeah, I don't like thinking about that. But with pets, it's a little bit different just because we know their lifespan, um, and we know that they lived a good life. I think it helps. I mean, it hurts like they're a member of the family, but uh, yeah, I understand, and I felt the same way. but I'm so happy that um, I found another pet family member. So, um, Captain says my cat is 17. Oh, yeah, that's awesome though. Some cats, man, they can stick around for a long time. As Cosmic Vagabond Pixie says, 22 years. So that's awesome. Jessica says that she has a Chihuahua 13, uh, a Chi-Pin 11 years old, and they're the first actual long-term pets you've ever had. Parents weren't pet people. Yeah, but I know I'm gonna be a mess when I lose them. Yeah, you will, but I'm sure that they're living their best puppy lives, right? Enjoy them, give them hugs and kisses every day. Yeah, they're definitely kids at this point. Uh, Tim Berlinesque cat. Awesome. That's awesome. All right, well, we'll get back to Trick the Fox here, I think is what Ren's talking about. But thank you for the comments. I love reading it. I'm one of those people where I'm walking my dog, talking to people. I'll be like, oh, yeah, I used to have a husky, and I'll pull out my phone and show them a little video. Maybe I'll post it on here sometime or one of socials or whatever. My old husky howling away like, like, oh, right. Gotta love dogs. Anyway, we'll get back to this.
Formed a band called Trick the Fox the year before I'd gotten sick. No libido, etc. I spent a lot of my time alone, but in the moments of respite I'd hang out with friends. We formed a band called Trick the Fox the year before I'd gotten sick. It was the one ray of sunshine I had at the time. I quickly became friends with a bass player called Charlie, and we developed some kind of musical telepathy where we both knew what the other was going to play before it even happened. It was the first musician I've ever felt this kind of chemistry with. I became a kind of third wheel in his Momoko's relationship. With time, Momoko became like a sister to me. To this day, it's one of my favourite people on this spinning rock. Performing with Trick the Fox was one of the rare times that I felt free. There was something about the duty of having to entertain others that let me escape the physical limitations of my own sick body, even if just for a moment. I usually pay for it the next day with what can only be described as an energy hangover where I'd be stuck in bed all day, but for me that was worth it. Those days I was still fairly functional. It was around this time I started losing faith in the medical industry. The more appointments I'd go to, adamant that something was wrong, the more of a hypochondriac they treat me as. Medical gaslighting is a real thing with chronic illness. They chalk me down as someone who was always requesting blood tests, and my mental health diagnosis probably didn't help that. Strangely, they never tested me for any kind of pathogens. I decided to embark on a precarious journey into the Russian roulette chamber of Dr. Google. I would type in the most predominant symptom of the day, and Dr. Google would tell me that I have a rare disease and I'm probably going to die. With time, I sharpened my search engine axe and refined what I was looking for. I dived headfirst into the abyss of online support groups, hoping to find solace or answers amongst fellow sufferers. We were like crabs in a barrel. Very rarely someone would find their silver bullet and announce what it was that cured them. Hundreds of people would follow their protocol, some with mild success, but most of us will still remain trapped. I joined as many online support groups as I could. It was a bit like the beginning of Fight Club, except instead of faking conditions to feel accepted, I was desperately hoping I had those conditions so I could cure myself and get the fuck out. I convinced myself I had conditions like candida, magnesium deficiency, parasites, adrenal fatigue, heavy metal poisoning, etc. At the time, I felt like I was single-handedly keeping Jeff Bezos in business. While most students were spending their student loan on drinks, I'd spend mine on the supplement or protocol of the week. I'd follow whatever herbal or supplement protocol was suggested, sometimes noticing mild improvement and sometimes getting a lot worse, most of the time feeling nothing. A story would pop up on one of these groups like, after I did a 30-day parasite cleanse of wormwood, cloves and garlic, all my symptoms disappeared. I'd read a story like this, get full of hope, and put myself through a grueling 30 days, which would often result in a worsening of symptoms. My body felt even sicker and weaker, but I'd stick it out because I was told that this was a good sign. The parasites are dying. I peered into the toilet bowl and valiantly waved goodbye as I flushed their imaginary corpses into a watery abyss. At the end of the 30 days, I'd be left with a lighter wallet and all my symptoms still remaining. And if that didn't work, I'd move on to what was next. Maybe I have seasonal affective disorder. Alright, so I'd get on the internet, order a light, stare at it for 10 minutes a day, and to my big fucking surprise, still have all my symptoms. The only thing that light illuminated for me was that I was desperate enough to buy a glorified table lamp. I kid you not when I say that over the years I probably have taken nearly every dietary health supplement known to man. One of the most grueling self-treatment courses came when I did a round-the-clock heavy metal chelation. I would take a supplement called ALA and DMSA, which supposedly shuttled mercury molecules out of your body through a process called chelation. I would have to take the pill once every 3 hours around the clock, which meant setting multiple alarm clocks to wake up and take them. The supplements came with their own side effects. I remember one time standing in a supermarket and feeling like the sounds and lights were so bright that I couldn't even bear to be in there. I stuck with this protocol for a whole year with no luck. I was still coming to terms with the death of one of my best friends during this time too. I was too sick to hold down any kind of stable job, so I was mostly living off my student loan. Welsh students study in England also weirdly get given a small sum of money just for being Welsh, or almost like a "we're really sorry that you're Welsh" sort of condolence prize. I've always prided myself on my financial independence, so whenever I could, I'd get out on the streets of Bath and I'd busk. I remember the very first time I did. I had my guitar in hand, I perched myself on a bench, took a deep breath, and then bared my soul to the jury of the street, and it was exhilarating. People sometimes ask me what music means to me, and it means life. This was usually the one time I felt like I didn't want to die. This was the one time I could feel a resemblance of something that resembled spirit, that resembled my soul, that resembled me. I even found myself cracking jokes with onlookers, which for someone dripping with social anxiety at the time was huge for me. It was March, roughly 3 months after Joe had died, and I was sitting on a bench in Bath with my guitar singing into a busy street. And this is when I would meet the first angel of this story. I'd see 2 more angels years later, one in the guise of a homeless man, one a doctor cheating death in the Beverly Hills clinic, but that bit will come a little bit later. The angel was walking on the opposite side of the street with a mother. They both stopped to watch me for a moment. I saw her mum whisper something to her. The angel turned bright red and she giggled and they shyly approached. We got talking and the angel asked where I was from. I told her that I grew up in Wales in a small village that was once described in a local newspaper as being worse than an Iraqi war scene. I told them they would have never heard of it. They looked surprised and they said they had family there. I asked which part and it turned out to be the village that I grew up in. Since you can basically count a population of 2 intergenerationally bred mutated hands, I asked who they were, and it turned out that angel happened to be Joe's cousin. This encounter was always a foundational moment of serendipity in my life. In the years that followed, I took serendipitous occasions to mean I was in line with my purpose. Sometimes I felt like I'm following a script. It's just that I don't know the words or actions until they actually happen. But in moments of serendipity, I feel like they are playing out exactly as they were meant to. It was quite a bizarre moment for me that hundreds of miles away by chance this angel would be related to my lost friend. Upon learning who I was, they invited me back to theirs for a cup of tea, and I accepted and I fell in love. It was really good tea. That week, the angel took me to a favorite botanical garden and she pointed out her favorite flower. So that night, true story, I dressed in black, broke in by climbing over the fence, dug up the flower and presented it to her the next day. She called me insane, but it's safe to say that angel ended up being my first serious girlfriend. It was a weird kind of relationship. We both shared an unusual trauma for people who were so young, brought together by a tragedy. Even though sometimes I feel like she might have hated me at the time, I was convinced like it was some sort of Shakespearean fate that had brought us together. A morbidity that birthed light, that it couldn't be anything else. It felt like divine intervention. She was pretty troubled in her own way, and I was very troubled in mine. But in between the sludge of dealing with the constant symptoms, it was beautiful. That summer, her parents took us to Centre Parks, which is a posher version of Butlins, if you don't know, where they paid for all the activities and meals, and they let me do whatever I wanted. Coming from a poorer family, I wasn't really used to being spoiled to that degree, but I figured I'd just roll with it. One morning while I was there, I got a call from my friend Sega, and he sounded pretty mixed up, so I asked him what was wrong. He told me that there was no easy way to say it, but one of my other best friends, Callum, had died. He'd gone cliff jumping in the same cliffs we used to jump off as kids. The sea was particularly choppy that day, and he caught a cross current and he started to drown. Another guy that he was with had jumped in an attempt to save him, and they both drowned. The first day I met Callum, I was 11. He was in a year above me in high school and used to walk around with these massive baggy bright orange jeans. He hung around with all the goth kids and I thought they looked super cool. So the next day I painted my nails black and fashioned a necklace out of a severed extension cable from an old VCR machine. I infiltrated the group and I gained their trust. Not long after, me and Callum were friends, wandering around beautiful Welsh countryside looking for the most scenic places to smoke weed. We stayed friends throughout high school and I truly loved him. When Callum died, I couldn't properly grieve. I felt weirdly numb after losing Joe. I'd often feel guilty for my inability to cry at the time. A couple of years later, I'd learned another friend of mine that I used to play function gigs with had thrown himself off a cliff facing Dover. And again, I felt numb. I couldn't tell if this new acceptance of the inevitability of death was a beautifully liberating thing, or if it was a sign that my humanity was slipping away. To this day, death has kind of remained a bit of a matter-of-fact part of my life. During my years of sickness, I had to crawl through a morbid longing to be killed by my illness to find a more peaceful acceptance that death is just an inevitable consequence of life and it doesn't spare anyone. That never left, and I haven't ever really been scared of dying since. Some days I've tempted it. What I'm more scared of is having to live my whole life as a sick person. In my relationship with death, the most healing moment occurred just 2 years ago. My grandmother, who I loved to pieces, was dying, but I actually got the chance to say goodbye this time, to hold her hand, to thank her for being alive. I remember not long before she passed, she was lying in a hospital bed, and she was very weak and very pale, barely able to open her eyes. I asked how she was, and it seemed like a stupid question as soon as it left my mouth. She paused for a long moment, and she turned her head to look at me, and she opened her eyes, and she smiled, and she said she felt happy. And it was just one word, happy, which was simple, and it was beautifully profound. And that was one time I'd gotten a chance to say goodbye. And it was the first time that I hoped that one day I would die happy. The following year, I would achieve something beyond my wildest dreams, and then I would lose it almost as soon as it came. Stay tuned for that.
I don't wanna hear no words today because that.
All right, so we're gonna get into a song here. I'll go back just a little bit. Yeah, man, such a beautiful story to end with. Beautifully tragic, obviously, but yeah, luckily both of my parents are still around. But I remember losing all four of my grandparents at some point or another in my life. Going to funerals and you know, when I was young, I didn't really know what to think of death. I didn't. I mean, I was sad I wouldn't see my grandfather again, but I didn't really understand it. And um, but I remember I was, I think I was like 20 when my grandfather passed away. I was young when my grandmother passed away. I'm sorry. Um, but my grandfather didn't pass away till I was like 20. And I remember getting the news and kind of feeling a little numb about it. Um, but then I thought about how my mother was feeling losing her father. And that's when I kind of broke down in tears, thinking of how much it hurt somebody else and not me. Yeah, I just remember that. I don't know why I shared, but yeah, I remember that pretty distinctly. Um, Learning about death is a tough process. Um, it's something that we all have to kind of go through and process and learn as we go. Um, how to deal with it. And I know there's some people in the chat that mentioned a lot of loss of really close people to them. Hummingbird mentioned a husband, and uh, yeah, as I mentioned, losing three people to taking their own life. Um, and that's just from that issue. I'm sure you've lost others in other ways. So learning how to grieve, it's tough, and nobody does it the same way. You know, there's papers and studies and things written about it. The 5 stages of grief, and but they cycle. And I know, like when I did a reaction to Joe's song or to Ren's song. about Joe. I broke down pretty good about a client that had taken his life. So I had cycled back to that, something that I hadn't touched really for a long time. So it was really therapeutic for me to kind of think and feel that again and get it out. So, uh, oh, I'm sorry, Anita. Yeah, losing your father from cancer. Oh man, um, it's tough to lose people and to learn how to grieve. Um, it's never easy, but yeah, just wanted to kind of stop and um, take a moment to reflect on um, what Ren was saying there. How many he lost a friend, uh, Callum, and another friend as well. Um, and then his grandmother passed away. So yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we'll take in this song, but yeah, um, thank you all for being here.
I don't wanna hear no words today, because that pull me under. In the castle of my room, I'll hide away from the outside thunder. Gonna lock my troubles outside of this door, 'cause today it's just me and these four walls. I said I wanna run away, fly to another place, fly to another place, say oh. Said I wanna run away, fly to another place, fly to another place. The light that I hold, it turns to gray, and that makes me wonder, will I always feel this way? So far under, but I put my soul on show for everyone to see. 'Cause even though it's bruised, I know it holds such beauty. I said I wanna run away, fly to another place, fly to another place, say oh. I said I wanna run away, fly to another place, fly to another place. Nobody here but me today, but that makes me stronger. 'Cause I wash away the pain under sheets of feather. Gonna lock my troubles outside of this door, 'cause today it's just me and these four walls. I said I wanna run away, fly to another place, fly to another place, say oh. I said I wanna run away, fly to another place, fly to another place, say oh. I said I wanna run away, fly to another place, fly to another place, say oh. I said I wanna run away, fly to another place, fly to another place. I crave relief in solitude. I search for peace, but pain pursues. Please something, just free me, give me some truth. My head is a prison, I need to move. I said I wanna run away, fly to another place, fly to another place, say oh. I said I wanna run away, fly to another place, fly to another place. I said I wanna run away, fly to another place, fly to another place, say oh. I said I wanna run away, fly to another place, fly to another place. I said I wanna run, I said I wanna run, I said I wanna run, hey oh. I said I wanna run, I said I wanna run, I said I wanna run, hey oh. I said I wanna run away, fly to another place, fly to another place, hey oh. I said I wanna run away, fly to another place, fly to another place.
Oh yeah, that was cool. I haven't reacted to anything from when Ren was in Trick the Fox, so it was just kind of like a jam. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is that the group that he was signed with Sony, but then he got sick and had to drop it and drop kind of out of the band, or was that a solo thing with Sony? I don't remember exactly. I think it was with Trick the Fox though. But yeah, let me know if you know the details there. Um, yeah, great song, man. The bass player there singing along, drummer jamming out. Of course, Ren, being Ren as a younger man, probably 19 or something there. Yeah, awesome, awesome. I catch up on some comments. I typed in there because I was still listening to the thing. I didn't want to stop it. But thank you for coming, Anita. Again, sorry to everybody who's in Europe. Um, Next time I will do it at a better time for all the European people. All right, uh, that is uh, that is my fault. I didn't think it out very well, and I honestly didn't have the time. I was really trying to crunch this in here, and this was really the only available evening that I could do it. But yeah, thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate it. Um, Man, people sharing a lot of stories of who they've lost. Um, Cancer, a couple. Um, yeah, Cosmic says it's so wonderful to see a baby Rin because you can just tell that music is truly what he was born for and is indeed life. Well said. Yeah, I think I don't know if they're here, but I replied to a comment that said I think that Ren bleeds musical notes instead of blood. Um, it's in his it's in his DNA for sure. Um, Kmash says Ren would have been a teen sensation with Sony. He was signed alone. Okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarification. Yeah, he definitely would have been. I mean, the talent alone, but he looks the part too. Like he's a good-looking, fit kid and had all the talent in the world and perspective and drive. There's no doubt in my mind that um, he would have been um, known around the world. Nancy S says, I just lost my brother recently, about 3 months ago, and I'm still feeling numb. Sadie only found him 7 years ago, so I didn't grow up with him. Oh, sadly. Uh, yeah. I'm so sorry you lost your brother. Um, but only knowing him for 7 years, I'm sure there's a story behind that. Um, Still, that is deep loss, losing a brother. Absolutely. I have two brothers of my own, so I know losing one of them would be really difficult. Um, Cosmic says, could have just been him. I got you. Yeah. About Ren there. He brought in the guys to play on the recordings, though. Okay, that's cool. Um, okay, and Captain says Ren will elaborate the next chapter, so we will fill in the blanks here in just a moment, everybody. Um, yep. Going into the third chapter, Hamin says, I'm actually glad that Sony Steel never went anywhere. They would have ruined him. Well, they may have, right? They definitely, the music industry can chew you up and spit you out. Um, I think Rin talks about that in Sick Boy, right? Where he's kind of like has some narrative about how greedy they are, and they will change your image and force you to do things. So yeah, definitely a silver lining there. And him being an independent artist is probably the best thing for him. It definitely fits his personality and his drive. Yeah. Hi, Sick Boy Renegade. Thank you for the love. I appreciate it. It's okay to be late. You're here. You're here for chapter three. So I appreciate you coming at all. So thank you very much. And everybody along for the ride. So yeah, we'll get into chapter three now. Um, Absolutely. It is a cutthroat industry, that is for sure. And as Ren would go, Right. Seen him do that a couple of times now.
My therapist was scowling at
Alrighty. So, okay, chapter three, starting off with his therapist. So, uh, I'll try not to get too offended uh, at the therapist's probably the gaps. We'll just put it that way. All right.
My therapist was scowling at my weekly anxiety and depression scores like a detective trying to crack a particularly stubborn case. There were no signs of improvement, and the scores followed no real measurable pattern that were consistent with bipolar. After nearly 2 years of talk therapy and taking enough medications to fill a pharmacy, he sat down with me and he dropped the bombshell that he didn't think that I had bipolar. In fact, he said that he didn't think that I had depression at all. And it was a very odd thing to be stripped of an identity in an instant. The reality was that a 20-minute in and out consultation 2 years ago led to 2 years of swallowing pills that I never needed and devoting so much of my time to managing the condition that I never actually had. The emotions inside me swirled around like a mismatched soup. On one hand, I was full of anger and I was bitter about the whole situation, but I was also hopeful that this new path could offer me the relief that I desperately needed. He told me he was going to refer me to an ME clinic in Bath. I'd never heard of it before, but instinctively true to character, I started researching it online as soon as I got home. Apparently, ME is the medical equivalent of a choose-your-own-adventure book, with tiredness as the only consistent plotline. There were no universally accepted reasons as to why the fuck it existed in the first place. It seemed it was largely accepted to be a post-viral condition, but that was all speculative because there were no clear consensus in the medical community what ME even was. The defining characteristic was a tiredness that wouldn't go away with rest. I could relate to this. In fact, I could more than relate to it. For anyone lucky enough to have not have experienced this, if you want an idea of what it's like, force yourself to stay awake for 3 nights in a row. During this time, eat the food that makes you feel terrible, and in this sleep-deprived state, exercise until your muscles give out. By the 3rd day, you'll have a small insight into living with this condition. During the years post-stem cell transplant, where I recovered a lot of my health and functionality, I remember getting COVID and thinking it was a walk in the park compared to the first year of my illness. The difference was COVID lasted about a week. The thick of my illness lasted 8 years, and it only was getting worse.
Man, stop there just for a second. A little bit of saving grace. I mean, the fact at the very beginning of that the therapist, after 2 years, finally said, "I don't even think you have bipolar or even depression." Um, I'm glad that he did say that, but it taking that long is definitely alarming. And then Rin describing ME, a little tongue-in-cheek comment there. Um, but yeah, just getting worse and worse. And I think I like a lot of the scenes that he's putting behind his words here. I think that this is from The Machinist, if I'm not mistaken. And in that movie, um, Christian Bale here gets really, really thin. Um, so I can see why he put this image in there from that movie for sure. Um, yeah, we'll continue on. Um, yeah, you loved the jacket from the old one there, Sick Boy Renegade. Absolutely. Favorite way of describing Ren is that he is a unicorn among the land of goats. I like it, Sean. Very, very well said. Yeah, everybody else is the greatest of all time except Ren's the unicorn. Absolutely. Um, and then Cosmic says, "Ha, yeah, I put that everywhere." Absolutely. Though I say, uh, Jevnius Ren is a unicorn in a world full of goats. Absolutely. Genius. Okay, yep. Genius Ren is a unicorn in a world full of goats. Absolutely. And lots of love. Okay, absolutely. Thank you, Cosmic there. We'll continue.
Illness. The difference was COVID lasted about a week. The thick of my illness lasted 8 years, and it only was getting worse. I pinned a lot of hope on going to that first visit at the ME clinic. It was a 6-month waiting list, God bless NHS wait times, but I felt excited to be surrounded by people who would understand me, where I could climb out of this nightmare, but my hopes were pretty quickly crushed during that first visit.
Just to comment on that a little bit, I know that the UK has universal healthcare. That's the NHS system, right? Um, and it has its benefits, right? You can get care without having to pay for it, but they still do have a lot of private insurance and specialists and different things that it's really hard to get in to see. And like you said, there's waiting lists for basically everything, and that's the drawback, right? So in America, for the UK people, we don't have universal health care, but for those that um, either are elderly or disabled, there's Medicare, right? Which has some lifetime limits to care, and there's definite drawbacks and limitations with that type of insurance. And then there's the Medicaid system, which is for more, um, uh, really for the poor and children. Um, and there's not typically any payments associated with that, but the care can be, you have to go to people that accept that insurance, and they don't get reimbursed as much as typical, like private insurances would reimburse them for. So there's less doctor choice there. And then for the bulk of the country, you're paying for your own healthcare coverage, and the premiums are really, really high. And the benefit you get from it isn't all that great unless you pay really, really high. It's more just for catastrophic coverage, basically. So if something costs $100,000, you don't like lose your home. Um, they cover that, but on a yearly basis, your out-of-pocket costs are still pretty high, and you're paying for the insurance. So healthcare system is kind of broken. Um, but one of the benefits in the U.S. is typically you don't have to wait as long for care as REN had to wait there. Anyway, just wanted to add some detail in there. I know there's people across the pond and Americans, so that's what I know about both of those systems. Um, there's pluses and minuses, but REN's detailing some of the frustrations and things that he had to go to, and that's probably more important than my ramblings. So we'll go back to REN.
I remember walking into a space that looked like a disused classroom where a bunch of people on chairs were sitting around in circles like Alcoholics Anonymous. I could feel a sense of camaraderie in that we all felt like dog shit. We were all confused, and we were all desperately wanting to feel better. I believe at the time I was probably the youngest in the group. The group leader waddled in and handed us all a booklet that looked like a school timetable. She then sat us down and told about this new revolutionary technique called pacing, where you write down and track everything that you do in a day, and then you do it less. And then with time, do it more again. The theory being that you have a limited bucket of energy compared to normal people, and you need to protect that and gradually push it. I thought this sounded pretty stupid, so I raised my hand. I told her about the pain in my body. I told her that my muscles twitched constantly. I told her that my bones ached. I told her that my mouth was dry. I couldn't focus. That some days they'd be without mercy and I'd be trapped in bed for the whole day. But the days that I wasn't, I wanted to make the most of it. I wanted to breathe the air and I wanted to live. She told me she understood it's hard, but she didn't really offer more than that. She just pointed at the booklet and told me to follow it. I asked her about things like heavy metal poisoning, about chronically reactivating viruses, about defective mitochondria, about all the things that I read that were linked to chronic fatigue, but she just raised an eyebrow, looked at me like I was a hypochondriac, and told me she knew nothing about those things. I remember walking out of the building feeling disheartened and defeated, so much so that my legs buckled as I was walking home. I began to sob uncontrollably on the side of the road. An old woman knelt down to comfort me and asked me what was wrong. I didn't even really know how to explain, so I just told her that I missed my friend. Despite my skepticism, I stuck to the program for at least half a year, and I kept going for my periodic visits to the clinic, and it did jack shit. In fact, I got worse. I was always
Hmm.
getting worse. One thing that particularly struck me about the ME support groups was the pure desperation and confusion. With most other conditions, you're given a diagnosis, a prognosis of whether it's going to kill you, and what you can do to manage it or cure it. With ME, you don't get that. You get an indeterminately long sentence to purgatory. You feel worse than you've ever felt in your whole life, and you're given no explanation as to why, and no signpost pointing the way out. There was no selection bias to the people suffering. Members of the group were anything from esteemed ex-lawyers to single parents to former athletes. One thing I can say, these people were for the most part all extremely driven and collectively mourning their old lives. There's a stigma that because ME's predominant presentation of symptoms is tiredness, that its victims are just being lazy. I can tell you firsthand that me and every single person I've met with genuine ME would rather run 1,000 marathons than have to live another week with the tiredness and the unrelenting fatigue. We were at war with our tiredness, trying desperately to escape it, and some of us would go to extreme lengths to turn ourselves into guinea pigs to try and find ways out. Suicide was pretty common in those online support groups. It was around this time I was swallowed into the music industry. I was out busking on the streets one day and I noticed this sketchy, good-looking Mauritian guy with his arms crossed watching me, really intensely, as though he was studying every lyric coming out of my mouth. He approached me and asked me if the songs I was singing were mine. I said they were. A big smile was painted across his face, and he told me he just finished recording Plan B's latest record, which turned out to be The Defamation of Strickland Banks, one of my favourite albums of all time. He was looking for a new project to sink his teeth into, and he asked me if I'd come to London to record. We got into it. The whole time I felt dreadful, but this was a lifelong dream materialising in front of my eyes, so bit by bit, when I could, I'd get the train to London and start chipping away at my first ever album. I didn't really let on how I was feeling during this time because I didn't want to sabotage it. There would be times I'd finish up in the vocal booth after doing the take, excuse myself to go to the toilet, throw up from the dizziness I was experiencing, sometimes with specks of blood, and then I'd go back and pretend that nothing had happened. I'd be sitting around with the whole room spinning and would pretend I was fine. There was only so long that I was able to keep this up. Eric told me it'd be a cool idea for me to start going to industry showcases and start building buzz. Performing live like this was a whole new level of taxing that I wasn't ready for, but I was so ferociously ambitious that I just ploughed through. The usual way it would go is I'd be in the back of Charlie's car, the whole world would be spinning, I'd be trying my best to sleep in it all day, parked up outside of whatever venue or pub it was in London, trying to conserve energy for the show.
I want to pause it right there. Man, I can't help but a couple of things I wanted to say is it sounds like he got discovered while busking, which is pretty cool by the Sony people. But when he was talking about throwing up in between songs and specks of blood and then going back like nothing ever happened, um, we know that that's in this young man, right? To just push himself beyond what he should, um, right? And I think that revisited a little bit in this last year where he finally got the chance to do some live performances after so long and treatment in Calgary and stuff, um, and had that relapse that he's going through now. People have been telling me about. I don't know a lot of the details about the things that he's going on currently right now about outside of the fact that he did push himself a bit too hard and um, is going to have to go back to Canada for more of the treatment that he was getting there. Um, yeah, so gutted for him, all that. So hopefully this time he can remember both of those times and um, not do what they were telling him to do in the ME with jotting everything down that he was doing and really trying to measure it. Nothing like that, but um, you know, really being aware of when he's pushing himself and to take it easy. Um, easier, anyway. I mean, we all want his art, but I think we all want the man around longer, more. Right? Right. So hopefully he learns from that. So yeah, we'll continue on here. But yeah, just kind of wanted to kind of mention those two things.
All day parked up outside of whatever venue or pub it was in London, trying to conserve energy for the show. Sometimes I'd cry a little before I performed. My whole body would be burning. Then I'd brush it off and I'd get on stage and I'd perform as best I could. People would come up to me at the end, pat me on the back. I'd smile and pretend to be charismatic. Then I'd get back in the car and I wish I was in bed and have to endure a 3-hour drive back to Bath from London. There was only a few shows where I could keep pretending. I'd usually be trying to disguise the fact that my body was trembling through the fatigue and pain. Eventually I started crying mid-set. It became blindingly obvious to everyone working with me during that time that something was very wrong. I told Eric that I needed to take some time out. My plan was to live at home with my mum for a month maximum, get my energy back, and come and finish the record. That 1 month turned into 2 months, turned into 3 months, turned into 6 months. I pushed myself to total burnout. The distance led to me and that angel breaking up, in part because it was difficult to navigate a relationship when you have so much brain fog, and I didn't know what it was well enough to be able to explain it to her at the time. With a loud thud, I'd been jolted out of a Shakespearean storyline, I lost the record deal, and I couldn't get out of bed. My friends from Trick the Fox never really called to check up on me. It felt like the whole world was moving at lightning speed without me. I had this amazing opportunity right in front of me, and I was chained to the floor. I was alone, I was sick. I wished that my condition would get it over with and kill me, but it wouldn't, and it felt cruel that it wouldn't. It just let me rot in bed. The whole world would continue to turn, and I would rot. In the next episode, I'm going to tell you about a fight with a television and losing my anal virginity to an 80-year-old man. Stay tuned for that.
All right, well, stories will unfold, I guess, right? All right, so I'm guessing this song's called Depression. So I haven't done this one, so we'll just do a little reaction to it right now. I might clip it out and post it for everybody else who isn't along for the ride in the live stream, but I mean, the live stream will be posted too, but yeah, if I remember, I'll clip it out, but we'll just do a little live reaction for Depression. But before we get to that, I want to catch up on some comments here because while I was watching, I saw a few. I'm so sorry, Captain, about the $52,000 bill for 3 days in trauma after a car accident. I can understand why you have negative feelings about the medical system, for sure. Yeah, used to pretending everything that is okay. Yeah, we all do that, right? Cosmic, from time to time, but still have to not push ourselves to the brink, right? I'm sure others are here going through similar things. I suffer from chronic severe pain. I feel every single minute of every single day. Severe anxiety, panic attacks, PTSD, and a list of other issues. I'm so sorry, Cosmic. It's a laundry list of things, and I'm sorry you have to go through that every day. That sucks. I'm glad that you found the renegades here to lift you up and help support you through it and keep you focused on moving forward every day. And as you said, thank you very much, Hummingbird Stones, and yeah, not wish it on my worst enemy. Absolutely. But you don't have any enemies, so that's good. Yeah, and then Ren literally saved my life when I discovered him. I am forever grateful and thankful to him for that, to keep me going over and over again. Absolutely, not just Ren too. All these people supporting us. It's like its own real support group here. So thank you for all of, thankful for all of you, right? And as Beza says there, you matter, right? I hope life treats you kindly in the future. Absolutely. Um, it's not patronizing. We know that you're sincere, Feza. Uh, I don't think anybody in this chat is an ounce patronizing. I think we are empathetic and feel for each other. Um, so absolutely. Yeah, thank you guys all for the comments. as we kind of go through that. Yeah, let's do a reaction to depression here. Um, Sounded interesting at first. Before we get to the chapter where Ren loses his anal virginity to an 80-year-old man. Okay.
My thought patterns are composed by a time bomb for an author.
Before we get too deep into this, I just want to say, man, like the utterances coming from him in this moment to begin the song, it sounds like depression, like he's captured it in um in a horribly dysfunctional melodic uh, utterance. I don't know what you want to call it, but yeah, um, very interesting. Then my thought patterns are composed by a time bomb for an author. Interesting. All right, we'll go back a little bit.
My thought patterns are composed by a time bomb for an author. Like pigs to the slaughter. A symphony of self-doubt sings out, breath starts getting shorter, running water. It's the state that I wish to become. Instead, concrete envelops my movement and I'm rendered deaf and dumb, unable to heed the advice of others. Don't tell me things will get better, cause so far things haven't gotten better. I've got the sweater, poster child, bipolar, ADHD, therapist, wet dream. I don't want to talk about my father, I don't want to talk about my dead friend, I don't want to talk about myself. I'm sick of talking about myself, I'm sick of talking about myself and realizing that talking about myself never ever helps. Still, I call for help, cause I really want help. But the pills didn't seem to help, and the therapist didn't seem to help. But still, I want help. I've danced with the devil in hell, I've sat in a prisonless cell, and here I always dwell, in this prison in myself. I do this thing when my mind...
I'll go back a little bit here, but man, there's some really interesting effects going on with his voice where he's kind of echoing his sentiments there, and it's haunting. It's like such a good effect that fits in with this song. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about his father, but I did notice that when he was talking about that, I mean, therapists ask about your childhood, right? Because a lot of trauma, unfortunately, happens in childhood. A lot of um, events that shape us happen in childhood. I know in a lot of comments when I was doing the tales of Ginny and Screech, people use that children are resilient as kind of an excuse or a masking of what happens, but in all actuality, um, when children are children, that's when they're the most vulnerable, and that's when they are the most impressionable. So what's going on around them and things like that, it matters. But anyway, I don't want to go off on a long diatribe there, but about why talking about your childhood is so important when Ren's basically saying that he's sick about talking about those things. But all that being said, he did mention his father there. I don't know anything really about. Maybe it'll get unfolded here in the chapters. His relationship with his dad. The only thing that I know about his parents is that in the song "Power," which I love, by the way, I had to listen to it twice. I don't know if you guys caught the bonus footage where I was just kind of listening to it again without saying anything. Um, but I remember in there he was hearing love dying through the cracks or through the wall. So his parents split up, and he saw his mom alone in that song. So that's all I really know about his relationship with his parents. But so I'm curious, him mentioning it here, if it does call back to him having some sort of difficulties with his dad, or if it's just kind of saying, uh, all the things that therapists typically tell you, right? That I don't know. Um, absolutely. Um,
Travels back to the
whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I'm going to go back a little bit here. And then the other thing was him just being sick of talking about that. And in his case, he had an underlying medical issue. So no amount of talk therapy, whatever um, milieu or modality of treatment that you use um, is going to discover his Lyme's disease, right? Um, so I hope that he does look back on it and understand that maybe he did get something from it now. It didn't help him then, very much, except to cope with the things that were going on, but it didn't give him any real relief from all of those things. But I would assume that now he has about 100 tools in his coping skill toolbox to go to when needed. Um, yeah, absolutely. But just kind of wanted to comment on that because he was really talking about a lot of things that are relevant to therapy. But yeah, they're not gonna fix a medical issue. Uh, so anyway, yeah, we'll keep going forward here. He is definitely, um, as Captain Tennille said, he is authentic for sure and relatable. Uh, Captain Tennille said Ren's authenticity resonates with so many of us, and we can relate so much. He's also the embodiment of hope, which can be so needed at times, always needed. Hope is so important. Um, that's why us renegades connect with him so much. Yes, and as Cosmic Vagabond says to Captain, beautifully said. I concur. Alrighty. Yep. Going back to
golden age. You
this
know
here.
those times where you always didn't
Go
seem
back
to
here.
help, and the therapist didn't seem to help, but still, I want help. I've danced with the devil in hell. I've sat in a prisonless cell, and here I always dwell, in this prison in myself. I do this thing when my mind travels back to the golden age. You know those times where you were carefree and everything was golden? The golden age. You know those times where everything was golden, where you were carefree and everything was golden? The hardest thing I ever had to do was come to terms with the fact that that time never really existed.
Hmm.
I've always felt so fucking detached and broken, bruised and mismatched. Find it hard to relax, living under the cracks. Tried to fill in the gaps, lying here on my back. Still, I can't find it. Sense of peace in my mind declined it. Pulse increase and my sweat combines with a feeling so deep I fall inside it. Depression, I hate you, depression. Your constant oppression, respond with aggression. They say depression brings you lessons. Constant stressing conceals blessings. You will grow in broken settings. Fuck those lessons, fuck depression. I've been living in your shadow for so long that I forgot how I can shine. How I can find a refuge in my mind. How am I meant to sit here and unwind? The planets align, I feel like I'm cursed. Feel like
We're starting to go a little bit quicker here, but I just kind of wanted to mention tongue in cheek. Right, one of the lines that he said there is he just hates being depressed, and he does not care about the lessons learned in this moment. So me kind of saying, I hope now he can harken back to the coping skills that he built during this time. Um, yeah, this song, however, he wasn't having it. Right, he just wanted relief. Uh, doesn't want to learn lessons, just um, wants out of it. And then um, all the messaging about the good old days or the golden days. Um, he didn't have them. For him, they didn't exist. So hopefully he's having them now. to some degree. I know he deals with a lot of things, but um, for Ren, I think uh, his best days are ahead of him, right? For sure. Yeah. So I'm gonna take it back a bit here. But yeah, just wanted to mention the irony of what I just said, and then what he said about F the lessons. Um, yeah. All right. That time never really existed for him. All right. Now here's where the cadence kind of picks up.
Never really existed. I've always felt so fucking detached and broken, bruised and mismatched. Find it hard to relax, living under the cracks. Tried to fill in the gaps, lying here on my back. Still, I can't find it. Sense of peace in my mind declined it. Pulse increase and my sweat combines with a feeling so deep I fall inside it. Depression, I hate you, depression, your constant oppression, respond with aggression. They say depression brings you lessons, constant stressing conceals blessings. You will grow in broken settings, fuck those lessons, fuck depression. I've been living in your shadow for so long that I forgot how I can shine, how I can find a refuge in my mind, how am I meant to sit here and unwind, the planets align. I feel like I'm cursed, to just be here to hurt, feel like I'm cursed to just be here to bleed with my demons, been feeling this way since birth. Depression, I hate you. 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 Depression, I hate you.
Yeah. So tough to hear. I think we're all empathetic people here. So um, you hear somebody crying, it can definitely bring the same emotions to you almost instantly. People, high empathy people, absolutely. But man, so genuine, just how he ended that song is just, he hates feeling that way. He's felt that way his entire life to this point. Um, Feeling like he's living in the cracks of life instead of you know, on solid ground. A beautiful song, haunting, gut wrenching, but relatable to anybody who's gone through depression. Um, yeah, what'd you guys think? Yeah, it hurts your heart every time, huh? Absolutely. Several people. Um, yeah, Cosmic can very much relate to this song. His music will live on forever. He is to me creating history, absolutely. Um, as I says, I love music, listen to an extremely eclectic range. Ren is truly a generation, generational. There we go. Generational talent. I don't know. I can't speak today. Um, Absolutely, I agree. There's some people that you run into that are just so talented. Uh, Absolutely. Here, it's just real, no sugarcoating, just the real feelings. That's why it resonates so deeply with so many. Absolutely. Just genuine. Um, he's just telling it as it is, right? Uh, Cosmic saying, this definitely me. I've always felt detached. I don't fit. Never felt like you fit in. Man, yeah, it's so relatable to so many people. It's hard to feel like you fit in, um, especially with how much society tries to push everybody into certain um, categories or stereotypes, and how people are callous and uncaring a lot of times and cast you aside, make fun of you, bully you, or just not care. It's hard to find a group that really cares um, sometimes and just accepts you for your flaws. I think Ren said that in one of his lines in another song. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for sharing. Can't imagine. It is, yeah, definitely painful. Uh, Hurts every time. Uh, Cosmic says many pixie hugs to Sheila. Thank you ever so much. But I am brightened up by being here with everyone here. Oh, that's awesome. I know. I mean, you guys are all renegades. I'm glad I'm a part of that community as well, for sure. Yep. Hey, Sheila. Sorry you're getting maybe in a little bit late, but welcome. Uh, Definitely recognizing lots of names from the comments, so I definitely appreciate that. Makes me feel good. Yeah, but we're gonna get into chapter 4. Um, yeah, awesome song. It really uh, the the it's hard to call it a melody, but the melody of this tune it just struck me right from the get-go how well it captures depression. Absolutely. That's all right, Tempest. Thanks for being here. Everybody give Tempest Quake a little bit extra love. Um, uh, he with one other were there when I kind of just impromptu started up a live stream and helped me work out some kinks. And the 20 minutes that started this stream where I was still working out some kinks, uh, Tempest, I was able to get them all worked out, but finally did um, with the patience of all these great people. Absolutely. Yep. So let's get into chapter 4, shall we?
Cool. During the year I spent living back with my mum, I was leaning even more heavily into scouring the internet for answers. It became like an obsession. Most people my age were watching porn. I was on PubMed learning about mitochondria. I educated myself in things like methylation, the building blocks of mitochondria, various immune cells and their functionality, and which supplements could help theoretically bring about homeostasis in my body. I taught myself of the various pathogens that could lead to the symptoms I was experiencing. Around this time, I started ordering medical test kits from private medical facilities. I had a eureka moment when, after posting some poop in a tube to a lab in London, I discovered I had an amoeba and another more benign gastrointestinal parasite called blastohominis. Both could plausibly lead to systemic pain and fatigue. Upon researching the best course of action, I found this doctor in New York who was a world-renowned specialist in treating parasites. Return flights to New York booked far enough in advance were a couple of £100 back then. The treatment itself was pretty cheap. I was in no way in a strong financial position, and neither was my family, so I did what I always do when I needed to get money. I wrote and recorded some songs from my laptop from bed. One about getting to New York to find a cure. I sold a modest amount of digital copies to my Facebook friends and my friends and family, just enough to afford a trip. During this time, my symptoms had gotten a lot worse, so the entire visit was a bit of a blur. I remember sitting in a waiting room and struggling to find an inch of wall space that wasn't taken up by the countless medical qualifications and the diplomas attached to it. I half expected the walls to start bragging about their Ivy League connections and debating the latest medical research while us mere mortals waited to be called in. When I was finally on the doctor's table, I was told to take off my clothes and put on a blue disposable paper robe. An old man in his 80s hobbled in, pulled on a medical glove, and proceeded to cover his finger in Vaseline. My heart sunk. I was pretty sure I knew what was coming next. I suddenly wished I'd experimented more with my ex-girlfriend. I didn't want to lose my backdoor virginity like this. He could have at least done me the courtesy of putting on some Marvin Gaye and lighting some candles, but instead I lay in uncomfortable silence on a brightly exposed operating table, while a firm-handed, overqualified old man inserted his index finger forcefully into my anus. He never wrote to me afterwards. I felt used.
All right, well, we gotta love Ren's sense of humor. right? Describing something incredibly uncomfortable, but I mean, who doesn't love a little Marvin Gaye, right? Uh, oh yeah, uh, absolutely. Very cool. I was just catching up on some comments. Thanks for giving Tempest some love. Um, K-Man's just realized reference for Captain Tennille. Love will keep us together, right? um, absolutely. Oh dear. Tempest has had some unfortunate medical experiences like this. Unfortunately, it has happened to too many. But yeah. Um, all right, let's go back to some more Marvin Gaye and some of Ren's comedic timing.
He never wrote to me afterwards. I felt used. Nonetheless, I was officially diagnosed with a parasitic amoeba and given a course of heavy-duty antibiotics to take. I believe it was paramomycin and secnidazole. After the course was finished, I pooped into a tube again, and they confirmed I got rid of the parasites. The constant internal techno raves and gurgling which usually plagued my stomach ceased, but I felt just as crap. And on top of all of that, I started becoming allergic to everything. And I mean fucking everything. The antibiotics had triggered some sort of massive food intolerance reaction. Whenever I'd eat certain foods, I'd get hit with a sudden hangover-like feeling, and my face would swell up. I'd later learn this was something called MCAS, and it was triggered by the antibiotics.
Yep.
This was the first time I felt the crushing defeat of pinning a lot of money, hopes, and time into a treatment only for it to make me worse. I'd felt it to a small degree with every failed herbal protocol, every antidepressant that gave me side effects, but this was on a much larger scale. I almost felt guilty and full of shame for not getting better. I told my friends and family that this was going to be the thing that cured me. Not only did it fail, but I was now unable to tolerate basic carbohydrates, fruits, sugar, high histamine food, dairy, grains, without feeling terrible. I felt pretty crushed about that. Despite this, some tenacious part of me had a perseverance that didn't want to stop looking for answers. I was obsessed with trawling the internet. I strongly believe if I didn't have that tenacity to keep looking after every defeat, I'll probably be dead today.
It probably would be Ren. Failed by not knowing what was underneath all that, not willing to do a better battery of tests. You definitely failed. And yeah, I can't imagine um, all of a sudden being allergic to everything that you used to eat. That'd be really difficult. Um, and there you had a clip from Hitch. Um, you know, great flick there, film. Absolutely. But anyway, back to Ren. I just wanted to comment on Hitch, but then um, just take a moment to stop and uh, just say gutted for Ren. You know, having to go through all that, and not being able to eat uh, foods that he's always eaten. You know, when you have an allergy from birth, you can get used to not eating this or that. Like my daughter's lactose intolerant, right? So we have to, we've gotten very used to it now, but we have to dodge, you know, cheese and milk. And I know, you know, looking on uh, the ingredients, nutrition panel on food, what to look for, see if she can eat it. You know, and that's just one thing. So I can't imagine the trial and error that Ren had to go through during this time when everything shifted. And I know people can develop allergies over time. I know people, one of the most common ones, I think, is developing a soy allergy or something like that later in life. So those things can happen. But anyway, back to Ren here.
After about a year of living with my mum in North Wales, I got the itch, and I decided that I'd make a bold move to Brighton. Most days I didn't really have the energy to do much other than short walks, but I had a friend over there who lived with ME for years. It felt like a safe space, a place of understanding. Being a 23-year-old living with his mother didn't feel very cool either. He had a free room going and he was a legend. I desperately craved my own independence. After going through the heartbreak of losing love and losing the exciting career opportunity, I needed to feel like I wasn't just sitting in the tomb in Wales waiting for death, even if it was a struggle. I made the move. It was a really nurturing space, and it was full of the lunatics of Brighton who would come and go. I was still living in a thick haze, but I was meeting people who weren't judging me for it. With this safety, I was slowly finding my personality again. Despite the comfortable environment, it seemed my symptoms were only getting worse. I started having pretty constant panic attacks. The first one felt like a heart attack. I'd never experienced a panic attack before, so I wasn't familiar with the symptoms. My whole face went numb, and my heart felt like it was about to beat out of my rib cage. I panicked and I phoned an ambulance. They put me in the back, they took all my vitals, and they told me I wasn't dying. I felt disappointed. These attacks would happen pretty habitually every week or so. My symptoms of derealization seemed ever increasing. Derealization is hard to describe to someone who's never experienced it. The closest thing I can come to is feeling like you're on bad drugs. You feel disconnected from yourself, like your soul has been vacuumed out of your body and nothing around you quite feels real. Everything has an unusual undertone and nothing feels safe. I remember one night in the first year that I lived with Ben, there was this lightning storm of torrential rain. I went outside and I stood in a t-shirt hoping I'd be hit by a bolt of lightning and it would somehow shock me out of it. Unfortunately, I wasn't on Zeus's hit list that day. This urge to be shocked back into reality didn't really leave me. I remember one day I was walking back from the shops. I found an old analog television in an alleyway that was being thrown out. I can't quite remember the thought process that led me there. I just remember feeling angry, and I decided to smash the fucking pieces out of the TV in the alley. I picked it above my head and I hurled it towards the ground. The screen cracked, but it didn't shatter like I hoped it would. I did it again and again and again until there were large shards of glass lining the street. I saw one about the size of a kitchen knife and I picked it up. It's hard to rationally explain self-harm that's not a cry for help, because this wasn't a cry for help. I'd cried for help multiple times and no one listened. The pain I felt inside my body could never be done justice with words. There's a certain horror, a certain frustration of living in a body that would never give me a moment of peace. I felt constantly alienated. I had no doctors to tell me what was going on. They made me feel like a hypochondriac. There are no combination of words in the English language that can express that pain, that can express that frustration. There's no song I could write that would make you understand. In that moment, the closest and truest way I had of communicating my pain was driving a shard of glass into my chest and dragging it across until the blood was dripping down my body. It didn't hurt very much compared to what was already going on inside of me, and it didn't really help me feel better either, but it was truth, and there was beauty in that. Adrenaline gives you a brief moment of respite.
Yeah, he's going to continue on here, but yeah, the self-harming bit, man, feels so bad for him. All that pain, no relief, unrelenting. It wasn't a cry for help, like you said, but it was a desperate move for some control over the pain. And he just said adrenaline gives you a little relief, and it does. Pain response releases some endorphins, and it does provide some temporary relief, but it's fleeting. But man, yeah, he described that one in Troubles, and I think all of these chapters lead up to Troubles, which I've already done, but I've just done the acoustic one. So yeah, definitely want to do the studio version of Troubles as well. People said that there's a lot of words that kind of scroll across, or that are included with it that give a lot to the story, that were in the version that I reacted to. So yeah, excited for that. Let's see. Thank goodness for his tenacity. Comic says, or Cosmic says, absolutely. Yeah, you need a sense of humor. Absolutely, Tempest. A lot health problems. They're a way of being in control. Absolutely. Um, I'm sorry that you have that level of pain, Tempest. I can't imagine. And Cosmic. Uh, yeah, gutted for you. Uh, absolutely, the acoustic version of Troubles is quite lovely. It was. It's beautiful. Um, yeah, doing it in a car. Absolutely. You guys can keep the comments rolling in, but yeah, gonna go back to the video here. Take it back just a bit.
Adrenaline gives you a brief moment of respite, but it wasn't long until I was exactly where I started, just decorated in a little bit more blood than usual. I made sure nobody saw. I didn't want to cause any alarm. I didn't want anyone to be worried. So I cleaned it up when I got home, and then I resumed the life of the undead.
Mm.
In the next episode, I'll tell you the story of when I was stabbed by an ancient sword and when I met one of the most talented people that I know.
All right, so I'm gonna get into another song here that I'm not familiar with. So yeah, excited about this one. Do another little live reaction here with you guys. Um, absolutely. Uh, catch up on some comments real quick. Desperation to have autonomy over life. Well said, Fezza. I mean, there's other ways to do it, but um, that is the path that he took there. Cosmic Vagabond used to break bottles. Captain Tennille says, understanding may not fix things, but definitely can provide small breaths when you feel like the world is suffocating you. Lots of hugs going out. Kamaj says, I used to go to my daughter's room every day and gather all the kitchen knives and other blades she managed to find. It was a rough time. I'm sorry that you had to go through that, and it is. Uh, I've had many clients um, with self-harming issues. They can kind of take on a life of their own sometimes when they get out of control. I'm sorry they had to go through that. Uh, I'm glad you're through that um, episode of life. I hope. Uh, Tamar says, I love this song. Full blast in my car all the time. Okay, I'm excited for this one then. Yeah, desperation. Absolutely. Uh, banger incoming, Captain Tennille says. Okay, okay. And Tempest says, I'm starting to improve, but I know I have a high chance of relapse someday. I don't know what that may do if it happens. Yep, that's why you take one day at a time. Um, try to put the cart before the horse and you'll crash every time. Absolutely. So I feel for you. Yep, so let's get into this song. I'm not even sure what the name of the song is, but I'm sure I'll find out soon. Let's do it.
I got tears on my sleeves, hold on, and holes in these jeans, hold on. I haven't slept in weeks, hold on. I haven't found no peace, hold on. I get my teeth tied, hold on, and these tears run dry, hold on. Two bloodshot eyes, hold on, two bloodshot eyes. I don't belong here, in a place where life has left me. I'm 25 going on 150. My body feels old and I'm trying to lift the weight from my soul, but it's moving against me. I've emptied out my theodox, I lift my middle finger up, I'm screaming fuck you to all the demons here that keep me stuck. The pain is sharp like paper cuts, I hate them much, but yes I trust. I must combust, I must blow up, I must have all this courage up. Boom, sparks fill the room, I'm feeling the rhythm I move. My soul is...
Oh man, that's great. Kind of beat to it. I can see why you jam with it full blast in the car. And thank you for letting me know the song is called Hold On. All right. Truth. Just learning to lean into the healing for now. Awesome. Um, very good mindset, Tempest. Yeah, I'll take it back here a little bit. Um, the lyrics started to really kick, and I got lost a little bit. So wanna uh, really hear what he's saying. But yeah, I dig the vibe of the song so far, um, and it's about holding on. So through adversity, I like it. Yep, going back here.
Run dry, hold on. Two bloodshot eyes, hold on. Two bloodshot eyes. I don't belong here in a place where life has left me. I'm 25 going on 150. My body feels old and I'm trying to lift the weight from my soul, but it's moving against me. I've emptied out my tear ducts, I lift my middle finger up, I'm screaming fuck you to all the demons here that keep me stuck. The pain is sharp like paper cuts, I hate them much, but yes I trust. I must combust, I must blow up, I must roll this courage up. Boom, sparks fill the room, I feel.
Yeah, I like that. Um, all of those lyrics, very poignant about um, hating the demons that kept him there. Um, he's cried all the tears that he can cry. He's, saying F you to everything that's put him down. Um, yeah, kind of at the end, just he's through hurting, or he's hurt enough for a lifetime already. Um, but he's still holding on. So yeah, take it back just a little bit.
Middle finger up, I'm screaming fuck you to all the demons here that keep me stuck. The pain is sharp like paper cuts, I hate them much, but yes I trust. I must combust, I must blow up, I must roll this courage up. Boom, sparks fill the room, I'm feeling the rhythm I move. My soul is more worn than the soles in my shoes. Nike trainer blues, a man with none to lose. I think I lost my sanity, calamity in shoes. Poor choice maker, I rip out the pages of fate, then I roll them up like bizzle of paper. Taker, lung full of destiny, a man with no part is a very strange entity. Tears on my.
Oh, interesting there. Um, Basically saying he kind of lost his faith. A man without any sort of direction is a strange entity. Um, no drive. Just, yeah, it kind of goes hand in hand, I think, with what he was describing in the chapter. Obviously, was when he was in having the derealization going on, where everything just seemed like life was living him instead of him actually having some active participant in life, and everything just happening to him without any control. Uh, Hence the grasp or desperation, as Fez said there, with wanting control over his life and reaching for the shard of glass. Um, Absolutely. Uh, and Sean says, 25 going on 150. You can relate to that. Absolutely. Sorry that you have those feelings. Not absolutely in that kind of way, but it's relatable to anybody who is who's suffering, who feels like an aged body. Um, Absolutely. Tempest says that you've been 150 years for too many years. Absolutely, I get that. Just holding on. Dark Matter says, I have some kind of an issue. I work hard and just feel I'm about to achieve something great, and then you self sabotage and pull out. It's like I'm scared to finish. It's getting worse as I'm getting older. I'm sorry to hear that, Dark Matter. Um, Fear of success, or um, there's a term I'm trying to look for in my head, but it's more if you self-sabotage, you have control over the failure. It's really a fear of a failure and not of success so much a lot of the times. And it's something that you kind of leap for control, because if you really gave it your all and failed, then that would be soul crushing, right? I think that's the feeling. And the more that you fall into that behavior pattern, the easier it gets to fall into that behavior pattern. Um, Absolutely. Um, the brain's a strange thing. You know, we form habits in a weird way. Um, the brain synapses fire like in a unison. Like I'm sure with REN learning how to play the guitar, and he learns G chord and different chords and different strings, different timing, different strum patterns, all these things, and he practices them enough in his brain, and those synapses fire in the same way every time that he's doing it. We call it muscle memory, but really it's a brain memory, right? The brain's remembering how to do that specific thing the same way each time to the point where he doesn't even have to think about it now. It just happens because the brain is so used to firing those synapses in the exact same pattern, right? Um, Habits form over time, and after you've done a habit consistently for a long period of time, the way that I like to describe it is like you have your brain and it's got these grooves in it that are these neurons firing, and they'll fire at the same time or the same way. And the more that it happens, it's like it's almost building a trench for that behavior to happen, right? So you get this kind of trench in your brain from the synapses forming. So it's easy, even if you get close to that behavior, right? Your synapses are going to push your behavior uh, into that into that one behavior. And it's great if it's a healthy habit, but if it's an unhealthy habit, then you're falling into those same patterns, right? And I don't know if this is something that pertains to you, but in the substance abuse world, like when we're using um, substances or a lot of times even medications, um, it will intensify the effects of those habits getting formed in our synapses, and they'll get formed even quicker and deeper, especially with um, narcotics and different things like that. That's why addiction is so hard to break away from, because those are like chemically induced trenches of your synapses forming, and it's hard just to break out of the habit. It's more than just a habit because it's like a habit with help from the chemicals. Anyway, I say all that because you made mention here that you fall into these patterns of self sabotage when you might actually be successful at something. And it's a hard pattern to break. But maybe if you're able to look at it from that perspective a little bit, um, of seeing the patterns, that if you start doing things in a different way, you can reroute that groove into a different pattern. And the longer you go away from that pattern, your brain will heal, and that groove won't be there anymore. And even if it is there, it won't be as deep, right? So it's easier to get out of the next time too. So the more time you have away from that behavior, um, it becomes easier and easier not to fall into that trap, especially if you have other healthy habits in your brain's firing in different directions. The synapses are being used for different things. So anyway, hopefully that's I don't know, a word of advice to help. I just kind of turned into a therapist for a little while. I apologize, but um, yeah, uh, learning that and how important it is to focus on healthy habits that are similar to what you're doing, but healthy is good. So the more often that you get to a point where you're trying to be successful, but you're not self-sabotaging, even if it's little things, you don't have to shoot big. But if you just work on doing little things where you're successful and you just let yourself be successful, the more you do that, the bigger things will fall into place, and you won't fall into that pattern of self-sabotage because you're aware of it. That's half the battle, right? So now it's just kind of teaching yourself to be successful, teaching yourself to reach goals by starting small. Don't go for the moon, but let yourself be successful. Anyway, sorry, I went off quite a bit there as a therapist. Hopefully it's helpful. All right, I'll get back to the song. Um, but there you go. All right. Yeah, being a therapist is definitely a habit for me. It's hard to. I fell into that dip myself, that little groove, didn't I? Just, you know, drop of a hat. Alrighty. Okay, well, that's what you get when you talk to coping skills here, right? You might actually get pushed to develop some coping skills. Anyway, all right, let's go.
Please hold on and hose maker. I rip out the pages of fate, then I roll them up like bizzle of paper. Taker, lung full of destiny, a man with no path is a very strange entity. Tears on my sleeves, hold on, and hoes in these jeans, hold on. I haven't slept in weeks, hold on. I haven't found no peace, hold on. I get mighty tired, hold on, and these tears run dry, hold on. Two bloodshot eyes, hold on, two bloodshot eyes. Do you ever question your fate? The questions I make, is this all predetermined, the script or a play? Am I the protagonist in this tragedy, or will I be the author of stories unmade? If so, I'll dip in my quill to my ink pot, keep on writing, never stop until my beating heart it flops. I'll write a whole different story. Scene one, a boy full of hope, a boy full of glory. Who stutters, I'm up to the top, would rather be tougher and live his.
Okay, gotta stop there. I was following it pretty good up until that point right there. But man, that was a beautiful sentiment. Um, I think that is very relatable. Um, it kind of goes back to kind of the idea of fate, fatum, right? Um, is everything predetermined, or do I actually get to have a say and write my own story, right? Is free will a thing? Some of the basic questions of life there. But then saying what he would do with his quill, what he would do with his pen, and it wouldn't be a tragedy. Um, yeah, beautiful sentiment. I'm going to go back a little bit, but then he started going double time and I lost it a little bit. So going back one sec.
Eyes, hold on, two bloodshot eyes. Do you ever question your fate? The questions I make, is this all predetermined, the script or a play? Am I the protagonist in this tragedy, or will I be the author of stories unmade? If so, I'll dip in my quill to my ink pot, keep on writing, never stop until my beating heart it flops. I'll write a whole different story. Scene one, a boy full of hope, a boy full of glory. Who stutters, I'm up to the top, would rather be tougher and live it smoothly like butter, but not so bitter and cut up. And so I sit up and shut up, it's like a lid up and struck up the courage never to fuck up. And now I'm feeling the ruckus, feeling the static, and now I'm feeling the flames, and now I'm feeling the strength inside the ring with my pain. My boxing gloves and my hope that I trust to bust an uppercut, cut my demons up. Beam like a tsunami, smooth like a punani, bend the words like origami, Salvador, I be the Dali, only love like up Marley, golden ticket, go.
I was making some pretty good references there. I want to go back and catch those, but I don't want to forget my thought on what he was saying here. Um, yeah, just a beautiful expression. I think he said, even if I stutter, he'd kind of stutter in a way that's for hope and glory. I think we can all see that Ren is that. He displays that. He lives that. He does bring hope to so many people, and has lived even with all the crushing pain and emptiness and distress and desperation that he's gone through. He still wears a message of hope on his chest. Um, if anybody understands the reference. Okay, yeah, let's go.
Me Charlie riding Harley's Bengali, Tiger Star, call me Arnie.
I gotta go back.
Smoothie like butter, but not so bitter from cut up. And so I sit up and shut up, it's like a lid up and struck up the courage never to fuck up. And now I'm feeling the ruckus, feeling the static, and now I'm feeling the flames, and now I'm feeling the strength inside the ring with my pain. My boxing gloves and my hope that I trust to bust an uppercut, cut my demons up.
So yeah, definitely a lot of references there to fighting and kind of pushing through to get to where he wants to go. Beautiful lyricism. But then here I saw he said the first time I went through, I haven't gone through it again yet, something about Salvador Dali. Where I live in Florida, there's actually in St. Pete, there's a Salvador Dali museum that I've gone to a few times. He's got some crazy art. So if you don't know who Salvador Dali is, and you're into um, unique art, definitely a guy to go to there. But he made some other references that we're going to get to here. I wanted to see which ones I could catch.
Boom like a tsunami, smooth like a punani. Bend the words like origami. Salvador, I be the dolly. Only love like Bob Marley. Golden ticket, call me Charlie. Riding Harley's Bengali. Tiger Star, call me Arnie. I'll be back. Now cut the slack, track your facts. Relax, shit in the beast. And then seek your inner peace. And I'll reach the canopies. And yes, we climbing. Building a brave new world inside a whole new designing. With all this fire, we burn like the sun. A new dawn is rising. A new dawn it comes. Yeah, diggity diggity down with all this corporation. They burn up the land for the greed that they run. Run deep with their roots, but their roots can be lifted. I'll be a renegade, yes, I make a fist kid. Try to seek truth in the kingdom of lies. A boy so lost with two bloodshot eyes. Tears on my sleeves.
Oh, beautiful. I just wanted to let it play out. Yeah, there was a couple of references at the beginning of that, Arnold Schwarzenegger and um, Dalai Lama, I think. And there was another one there too. But yeah, man, such a lyricist. I get caught up in the lyrics. I like them. I'm not the best at catching everything, but um I like that I catch some things, right? Have some references. So yeah, go back a little bit. Um,
That they run deep with their roots, but
oh, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, a lot of that last line was kind of harkens back to that latest song he released, Money Ties, just talking about greed and whatnot. And kind of spoiler alert, before I did this, I recorded a reaction to Money Game Part 1. So I do have Money Game Part 1 knowledge in my brain. You guys just haven't seen the reaction to it. So it's set to come out tomorrow. So you'll see my reaction to Money Game tomorrow. That's the one on the slate for tomorrow. Um, so definitely kind of harkens back to some of the Money Game references that I have as well in that last thing, just to kind of his whole kind of mission against greed. Absolutely. So yeah, go back just a little bit and play out this verse.
but their roots can be lifted. I'll be a renegade, yes, I make a fist kid. Try to seek.
Did he just say he'll be a renegade? Anybody? I mean, I can't be the only one that like freezes on that, right? Like he's his own renegade, right? Just kidding.
Truth in the kingdom of lies. A boy so lost with two bloodshot eyes. Tears on my sleeves, hold on. And holes in these jeans, hold on. I haven't slept in weeks, hold on. I haven't found no peace, hold on. I get mighty tired, hold on. And these tears run dry, hold on. Two bloodshot eyes, hold on. Two bloodshot eyes. Ha, ha, ha. Two bloodshot eyes. Two bloodshot eyes. Woo.
So I'm gonna stop it here for a second. We're running out. I love the music of this, but there's some sort of stringed instrument getting played. Is that a cello? Anybody know what that is or who's playing it? Um, strumming? Um, maybe it doesn't sound high enough to be a violin. Um, I think it's a cello. Correct me if I'm wrong. But it could be just a synthesizer. Yeah, interesting. I like it. I just noticed it. It's probably been going on the whole song, but I just noticed the strings. Oh man, so good. I really like that song. I can totally understand why people jam out to that one. Um, I mean, deep lyrics, but also at the same time, um, just kind of a jam. Uh, musically beautiful. Uh, and it's, I mentioned it in a couple of songs. I kind of grew up listening to rock, and one of the beautiful things about rock music is when it's a message that you actually feel, you get to yell, right when you're singing it a little bit. So, yeah, I can understand why people like jamming out to that because you feel it and you can just kind of go along with it. Um, yeah. Anyway, uh, yeah, we'll get to the next one here. Let me cue it up and then I'll catch up on some comments. Alrighty, everybody. Going back a little bit here, 10 minutes or so. I like K-Maj, Captain Tamil, Chalk Outlines, Afraid of Being Okay. Yeah, I thought of that as well. So very good call out. I like it. Um, if you're in the REN subreddit, OG Bunny will post some meaning wave songs that will get you to the next level. Okay. I'm not in that subreddit. Actually, I should probably join. Um, most of the subreddits that I'm in are related to video games that I play on stream sometimes. Um, putting it under the coping skills on the chapters post I am making. Oh, thank you. Very interesting. I will have to find these Meaning Waves songs. Oh, thank you guys. You're posting for me. I appreciate that. It sounds like. Um, like an out of body experience and you feel no pain while you're listening. Okay, that's great, Cosmic. Um, that's awesome. Yay for Salvador Dali. uh, blows my mind what he does. Yeah, enter. Yeah, it's definitely interpretational art at the Dali Museum and just Salvador Dali in general. Uh, looking forward to, I'm guessing, Money Game. Um, yep, it did. Uh, absolutely. It blew me away. Uh, all right. In school, I shocked my art teacher doing fairly graphic political art pieces in the style of Salvador Dali. Okay. Yeah, that'd be shocking in school for sure. Um, stop as much as you want. Loving this. Thank you. I appreciate that. I know some people have made comments to me that I pause a little bit too much. I probably do at times, but when I have a thought, I have a thought. So just spill it. K-Maj metal, yes. You appreciate the yelling, the yelling your feelings too sometimes. Yeah. Given Ren has been his own instrument a few times. It could literally be anything. Absolutely. Tempest. Um, maybe it's a cello, maybe it's something of his own design. Um, thank you very much, Sheila. I appreciate that. Uh, oh yes, Kamaj, the running simulator. She, Kamaj knows the. I play DayZ, and it's like a survival game, but it feels like a running simulator because you run around a lot. For people that don't know that video game. Um, alrighty. Yep. So let's hit chapter 5. Do it up.
I tried to cling on to music in whatever ways I could during the time I was sick. During my time in Brighton, whenever my energy would allow it, I'd get myself out onto the streets and I'd go busking, about once every 3 weeks or so. It was my second year in Brighton,
started.
and I remember one evening heading home with my guitar and my busking amp after a couple of hours of playing on the street. I remember hearing this amazing ethereal voice while heading through the lanes, and I saw that it was coming from this 16-year-old kid. I've always had a deep admiration and feeling of camaraderie for buskers. There's something about the willingness to be able to bare your soul, to a street full of strangers that really moves me. I noticed that the kid didn't have an amp. He was singing totally a cappella, but you'd only hear him if you were within a few meters of him. I knew from years on the street and singing a cappella than myself that an amp can change everything. I had this compulsion to offer him mine. I approached him and I told him that if he plugged in and sang while I played guitar, the whole street would stop in its tracks. And I was right. His voice soared across the street and people started stopping. Not long after, we had the whole street's attention. Something quite magic was happening. This was the first day that I met Sam Tompkins, someone who would be integral to my whole life changing later on. He had a friend with him, this guy called Connor Honeyset, who would later go on to be my manager. For now, they'd just be a couple of teenagers that I'd have to help out on my way home. It's funny how life works like that.
Absolutely.
I kept up to date with what Sam was doing on social media. There was a part of me that felt like his successes allowed me to live vicariously through someone else who lived an alternate reality where I never got sick. He was getting videos on SBTV, writing and featuring with some amazing artists, and there were quite a lot of similarities in our writing styles, and all at such a young age. I wasn't really able to do any of that stuff at the time. I was mostly bedbound with the exception of the odd day that I'd be able to go busking. It could have been very easy for that feeling to turn into jealousy, but it never did. I felt truly proud of him. Years later, we go on to write a song together called Blind Eyed, which would transform the trajectory of my whole career. During this time...
All right, well, I got a comment about that. Just did a reaction to Blind Eye, and before that, some of their busking mashups. I had no idea that Sam had that much influence on Ren's life. And that Ren in turn had that much influence on Sam's life. As a teenager, amping him up to sing louder, and then group kind of becoming mates. That's so cool. That's really awesome. Man, very cool. And becoming his manager too. Teenagers. I know a lot of people have said in the comments that Ren's friends are a big part of all of his production. So it makes sense that he made some friends busking, and now one of them's his manager, and another one is Sam. And I didn't realize this. Learned it from somebody in the comments, I think today, that I responded to, that Sam in the UK, like hit number 8 on the charts or something. He released an album recently, so he's doing really well. Opened for Justin Bieber a couple of times, so I'm not familiar with him as an artist, but yeah, it's awesome that their trajectories are so similar, and that Ren didn't get jealous and just loved that his friend was maybe reaching towards his potential. That's so cool. Absolutely. Yep.
I was still desperately jumping from one treatment to another treatment. And now that my diet had become more limited, I was trying new diets with no luck. As the options in the alternative health world started to dwindle, I started searching for answers in the divine. In the former years, I had moments where I found myself sitting in churches, talking in tears to whoever might be listening, or experimenting with energetic healing modalities like Reiki. With time, my searching started taking even more unusual turns. I started looking to things like exorcists. Once you exhaust all rational explanations and treatments, the irrational suddenly starts looking more palatable. I had a skeptic's mind, but I had nothing to lose because there were no other good options. My friend Momoko's mother was from Japan. She aligned herself with a sect of Buddhism called the Nichiren Daishonin. They would chant a repeated phrase over and over again while holding prayer beads. The chant would go, Nam-myoho Renge-kyo, Nam-myoho Renge-kyo, Nam-myoho Renge-kyo, over and over again. Its intention was to align you with your innate Buddhahood, to cleanse you of any bad karma and put you in alignment with your true destiny on earth, to find peace, to find tranquility. Momoko's mum gifted me with my own set of beads, and I began to chant every morning. Eventually, I joined a group in Brighton after a serendipitous meeting with an incredibly eccentric, bright, colourful suit-wearing piano tuner. He spotted my beads and he grinned at me and he pulled out his own. We'd sit in a small group and we'd chant for hours sometimes. There was something comforting about trusting the course of my life and illness to an incomprehensible power outside of myself. I spoke openly in these meetings that I loved feeling part of something, but that I really struggled saying with certainty that I believed in it. This was the issue I faced with every religion I temporarily aligned myself with looking for answers. Something in me couldn't bring myself to take ancient texts as gospel, all too aware of how man twists so-called spiritual doctrines to suit his own power-hungry pursuits. I wanted divine proof. I sometimes screamed at the sky or the waves and begged for it. I was answered with sickness. If there was a creator, I was angry with it. The irony was that I envied people of faith. I felt like people who truly trusted themselves to a higher power seemed to possess a level of calm and acceptance that I didn't. One of my stranger encounters was going to see a shaman. The shaman, of course, was a middle-aged white woman in a quite nice-looking cottage in Brighton. She told me to lie down, and she proceeded to lean over my body and made noises like coughing up phlegm while speaking an unknown ancient language that seemed to include whistling noises. After about 20 minutes of making distressed groaning noises over my back, she paused in contemplation for a while and proceeded to tell me that I'd been killed by a sword in my past life. She made sucking noises near the supposed stab site on my chest, and then she spat into a bucket. She then placed a little stone into my hand, and she told me that I had to bury it on a high hill in Brighton on the next full moon. The most depressing part of this story is during the next full moon, I did indeed find a big hill, dug a small hole, and I buried the stone in it. Surprising to say, fuck all happened. It was this journey into the spiritual unknown that led me to a very unsettling experience. I located a therapist online who had claimed to overcome ME herself. She specialised in it and dealt with people's past trauma, but also worked with energies like Reiki. I had to get the train to where she lived. She met me in the car and drove me in silence back to hers. There was a bit of an unusual energy about her. I've always been really good at reading people. I can't quite explain it, but sometimes when I meet someone, it's like I have a sixth sense for whether or not they'll play a significant role in my life. This person's energy felt alien to me. When we arrived at her, she told me that she sometimes would consult with her horses about people's health conditions. It was at this moment I knew that she was probably insane. Nonetheless, I shared a lot about my life. We got into the trauma of living with sickness, what it was like to constantly mourn your own life. It was comforting at first, and it felt like a safe space, until it got a bit weird. One day she offered me a glass of water before a Reiki session, and during the session I fell into a deep sleep. When I came around, multiple hours had passed, which was peculiar for me. I usually have issues with sleeping and couldn't drift off, particularly not in unfamiliar environments. She assured me it was total normal and to get plenty of water, and I thought nothing of it. Lines started getting somewhat blurry when she'd invite me for meals with her and her husband. I took it as friendliness, but I noticed that she started messaging me outside of clinic hours. One time I agreed to create music for her in exchange for some extra sessions. Not long after, I started getting strange messages in my Facebook inbox. She started telling me how she knew that all my previous songs had been about her, which they hadn't. When I dismissed this, she would sometimes message me saying that she was outside of my house, telling me that our souls were bonded and that bad things would happen to me if we weren't together. To put it lightly, I was already in a pretty weird emotional place because of years of sickness. So having someone in the position of trust abuse their position like this shook me, and it shook my trust in therapy even more. It shook my trust in people in general. I told her to never contact me again, and I blocked her, but she would still occasionally get through on other numbers. One time she'd phoned my mum's house relentlessly. My mum, knowing the details, told her to stop harassing me and threatened to get the police involved after things which went silent. This was also the year that I met my second ever girlfriend, who I'd later be engaged to for a short amount of time.
Before it gets a little bit further, man, a horror story. Goodness. Yeah, so coming from a mental health counselor, one of the things that there's a whole section on the test that you have to take to get licensed. Really, that's about ethics and boundaries and basically do's and don'ts in counseling. And this lady just no, I don't know how to say it. No, is that okay? Yeah, blurred the lines, I think is what he called, but not that she saw no lines. She's crossing over everything. To the point where even when REN said that he wrote music in exchange for therapy, that's called bartering. And it's specifically listed as one of the things to stay away from in terms of being able to maintain a healthy client um, counselor relationship, right? You don't barter. You don't accept gifts. I could go on, but it like hurts me inside to hear that there's therapists out there that will just so blatantly not only blur lines, but just tramp all over them. Um, tramp is a double entendre there. Anyway, let's keep going. Sorry.
My little sister had already set the relationship up in her mind. She met this girl in Bristol who she got on with super well, and somehow she wingmanned me and planted the seed in her brain that she'd be perfect for her older brother, me. My sister's friend had moved to Brighton, but I was blissfully unaware of this matchmaking. At this point, I was living in a house share in Rose Hill Terrace in Brighton with some lunatics I'd met at Ben's house, and Momoko had moved down from Cornwall. The house was only meant for 2 people, but Momoko and I had pretended we were married and pretended that we were going to have a baby to be able to get it. As soon as the deed was signed, we moved in with about 5 other friends, one living in the living room, one in the attic, one in the study, one in the conservatory. It's safe to say rent was pretty fucking cheap. One night my friend Luke was throwing a party and she rocked up with a few of her friends. My sister had pretty good taste in girls and I had a crush on her instantly. At some point in the night we both ended up lying on my bedroom floor on a bunch of sofa cushions while about 6 other people were sleeping in various places in my room, one somehow in the upper compartment of my wardrobe. True story. She asked me to tell her a bedtime story and I made up the most unhinged story I could think of. By some sort of miracle she found my madness endearing and we ended up kissing a lot and staring into each other's eyes till we fell asleep. It's strange navigating a relationship when you're sick. I couldn't go out to eat at restaurants because I was allergic to everything. I didn't have the energy to do most normal things that couples do. Some days I'd be so full of brain fog that my personality disappeared, and it was hard to explain that to someone without them thinking that maybe you were just being a bit off with them. I think losing Joe, losing Callum, losing the record deal, losing my last girlfriend, it had all made me wary of getting attached to good things. Quite a lot of my illness made me feel ugly, and it's hard to accept love when you feel ugly. Nonetheless, she did love me, and with time our relationship grew. It was around this time I was contacted by a woman called Jennifer Breer, an incredibly inspiring woman whose journey seemed to parallel mine. She was an incredibly ambitious PhD student at Harvard who one day was struck down by a mystery illness that confined her to a wheelchair. She spent most of her life tirelessly searching for a way out. She was doing a Kickstarter to raise money to make a film called Canary in a Coal Mine. It would later go on to be renamed Unrest, and it would go on to win multiple awards, and it's still watchable on Netflix to this day. It's an incredibly important and very moving documentary about the horrors of living with ME. I recommend everyone checks that out.
What was that called?
Unrest.
Unrest. I'll have to make a note of that. Unrest. Luckily, I'm on a computer, so I can just open a Word document that you guys can't even see and write down unrest. Okay.
And it would go on to win multiple awards, and it's still watchable on Netflix to this day. It's an incredibly important and very moving documentary about the horrors of living with ME. I recommend everyone checks that out. At the time, I started health blogging. I created a series of video diaries that I named Me versus ME. It would be a video document of my various trials with different alternative treatment approaches, and generally a look into the life of someone with a chronic illness. I didn't know it back then, but those videos would save my life. I guess I was occupying a place that was needed, as quite quickly many people in the chronic health communities gravitated towards my videos. Every day, I'd be sent messages telling the stories of the people who had fallen in between the cracks in the floorboards. There was heartbreaking stories. Stories of frustration and confusion. People mourning the people that used to be. Some who were new to this world, some who had been there for decades. I tried to help them in whatever way I could. I tried to comfort people. In my own little way, I became somewhat of a spokesperson for the voiceless. I felt their pain like it was my own. This new pursuit gave me a sense of purpose that I desperately needed. Without purpose, I felt useless. I made a lot of friends, and I'd write to them on a daily basis. Some of those friends died.
More death.
Some of those friends that decided to take their lives, and they were wicked people. I talked to them a lot. It was this that ultimately made me decide to stop, but that wouldn't be until years later. Immersing myself in the horrors of this illness and trying to carry some of the weight for the others while I still wasn't strong enough to carry my own eventually took its toll. Jen Bria had found my videos and she asked me to make a song for her documentary. I was honoured. I wrote a song called Patience. I'll leave you with a video taken at the time to finish off this chapter.
And I've learnt some lessons that are
Awesome. So we get another video to react to. Patience. Beautiful story behind it. Man, you could tell even then. I mean, reacting to REN is kind of a trip because there's so much like footage from years and years and years on YouTube. So interesting. Like I see videos and it's like, oh, 12, 14 years ago. So he's been doing a long time on YouTube, but this may have been a different platform when he was doing all these things. But yeah, he's been at it a long time. So even then, he was just as passionate, just as driven with his music. There's like he made the ME versus me documentary, but kind of if you go back in YouTube, um, you can almost see like a visual documentary that you can piece together yourself. Um, obviously I haven't gone through it, but when I'm looking for certain videos that people say, I see just all these different videos, and I'm like, man, there's so much. And then on my feed the other day, something popped up about Ren Gill, and it was this one video that had like, I don't know, only like 3 or 4 thousand views, and it's from like 13 years ago on somebody's channel that has like 80 subscribers. It's just some random video that somebody posted years and years ago that hasn't been watched a bunch, but it's of Ren Gill busking or something like that. He's just been doing this for so long. It's pretty amazing. Anyway, yeah, it just kind of blows me away. Yeah, I'm gonna catch up on some comments here. Um, Cosmic said, I hear that all the time. I give. I have not yet seen anything coming back to me, unfortunately, so I don't get it. Sigh. Yeah, that is unfortunate. Ren expressing his wanting divine intervention, right? Um, Tempest saying meditation's been very helpful. Maybe not forever, but it does help for a while. Yeah, meditation is a part of many different religions, and even if it's like in counseling, sometimes we'll go through some relaxation exercises for people that have either anxiety or anger issues or things like that to help them calm. And it's called, you can look it up if you'd like, progressive muscle relaxation. So it's kind of like a type of meditation, but it's kind of more procedural to try to relax specific parts of your body just to release tension. So it's not meditating in a religious sense, but it's but just meditating in a spiritual sense also kind of does some of those things where it relaxes you, it relaxes your mind, it works to get you out of your current thought process. And part of the one of the biggest things with anxiety is you'll get just caught in a cycle, and you keep on getting back to the same exact thing that's bothering you, and you can't get away from it. So meditation can really help with that. There's a lot of ways to help with that, but yeah. Anyway, um, yeah. So somebody said, "Oh, it gets weird here." Yeah. Um, Very concerning. Yeah, she failed every test. Absolutely. Let's see here. I think I went back too far in the chats. Um, yeah, good for the mother. Absolutely. Not sure who the girlfriend was at this time. who the fiance was, if it was BB or somebody else. I did do that one song with BB Crutch. That was a great one. Um, Canary in a coal mine. I like the reference there, Bella. Yeah, I don't know if that's a song reference or just why canary in a coal mine is an actual reference. You'd bring a canary in a coal mine with you, and it could detect if basically there's danger, and if something was going on with the canary, you get out the coal mine. Anyway, um, the film has patience on the soundtrack. That's awesome. Yeah, I want to. I'm definitely gonna watch that. I could react to the whole thing, but um, I'd have to cut it up because um, they'll probably make me take it down if you just react to an entire film, right? They don't let you do that. So, but I could react to high parts or something, or just watch it for myself. Uh, his defiance and patience is inspiring. Awesome. Get to that. Tempest says, I know quite a few of these people, and unfortunately, I am one myself. Mm, yep. Describing what you said before. Absolutely. As it says, his music provided a means to find answers for his ailments. Unfortunately, many people are not as talented and do not have those means. Um, that does not demean, it doesn't demean his talent. That's true. But the beautiful thing about Ren is he's bringing more attention to those things. So hopefully, and just like this person that he's discussing who made this film, trying to do the same thing, bring more attention to it to get people help and find cures to these uncurable things. Absolutely. Um, Captain Tadeo says, I share his music with anyone who will listen. And it makes me so happy when they tell me that they have sent it to others because I guess it was so impactful. Absolutely. I'm thankful to my client who set me on this whole Ren journey. So um, she was much like yourself. Definitely recommended Ren and yeah, on this train. Uh, Sheila says, I breathe blue, which is the meditation that I was taught as a child. Blue is a calming color that relaxes body and mind, also helps you to sleep. That's good, like having that focal thought. Um, no, that's cool. Uh, oh, that's the name of the documentary. Okay. Um, Canary in a Coal Mine. Cool. I'll write that down too. Canary in Maybe I gave somebody some sort of weird reference today that didn't know what a canary in a coal mine was for. Oh, very cool. Taught yourself how to meditate into sleep. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. Sleep is good. I remember I looked into a study about some of the biggest determinations into longevity of life, right? So how long you live. And like in the top three, I think, was healthy sleep, right? Like getting 6 to 8 hours of sleep every night. People who consistently get good sleep on average live much longer than those who don't. So I don't mean to say that to scare anybody who struggles sleeping, because we all struggle to sleep, but more an emphasis on working to get good sleep is time well spent, effort well spent. Anyway, uh, yeah, little did I know, meeting the Renegades, absolutely. Uh, Thank you. Alrighty. So let's get into patience here.
Will be so valuable for like. So it's a blessing and a curse being this ill because it's completely changed me. Like it's turned me from
Mm,
a little cocky teenager into somebody who's quite I guess, prepared for things now. Like I feel like once I've gone through this, I'll throw anything at me and it'll be okay. But at the same time, as much as I see it as a blessing, I hate it. I do hate it. I think it was Thomas Edison that was like, I haven't failed. I've just found a thousand things that don't work, which is kind of nice to look at it that way. Like I'm just eliminating things, but it really challenges my mind. And yeah, it's just gotten to the point where I'm spending, I'd say, like 95% of my life in a bedroom, which kind of sucks because my mind is in such a different place in my body. My mind craves life so much.
Oh, before we get into the song, man, some poignant words there. You can see even then, this is before, I'm guessing, uh, understanding that he had Lyme's disease and getting the stem cell treatment and all those things. He was still in a place where he was thankful for the perspective that that pain gave. Man, that's inspiring. That's awesome. Um, yeah, beautiful words. He said something else. Doing a few hours in here, so
Really challenges my
memory
mind.
might be.
And yeah, it's just gotten to the point where I'm spending, I'd say, like 90. I hate it. I do.
He hates it. Yeah.
At the same time, as much as
Was the quote. He didn't fail. He just found 1,000 ways it doesn't work. That's a great quote. I've heard it before, but it made me think of an anecdote that I've used a bunch of times, a couple times in counseling sessions. But I used to work at a residential center for um, uh, basically like juvenile detention, right? So for boys 13 to 19 years old who had criminal or felony charges, uh, they would get sent there and get daily therapy. But one of the things that we worked on a lot was trying to be successful and break generational paradigms of not going to college, not graduating high school, being the first one in their family to graduate high school, those kind of goals and things. And one of the anecdotes that I used to say, um, to try to shed light on, all the poor decisions that got them to where they're at is, uh, you know, uh, if you ask, um, it's kind of like it's not a factual anecdote, right? It's just a story, but it illustrates the point. Um, a businessman, very successful CEO of a multi-million dollar company, was asked by a reporter, um, what made you good at making such good business decisions? And his reply was simple: bad decisions. That's what made him good at making good decisions, because he was able to learn from those bad decisions. And I think it's it's not exactly the same as what Ren was saying, because his is very geared towards trying to figure out how to get through his illness. Um, but I think it's applicable on a broader scale, where if you learn from the bad decisions or the bad things in life, or the terrible things, or the pain, or the crushing defeat, feeling like a failure, all those things, if you can learn from them, then you can turn those things into success, right? You learn how to make better decisions. If you just kind of blindly go through life, you'll just keep repeating the same mistakes. But if you take a step back and do a little self-analysis and see what decisions got you to where you are, you can turn that and learn from them and make better decisions, and you build on that. So anyway, sorry, anecdotal time, but yep, let's get to the song.
I see it as a blessing. That was like, I haven't failed. I've just found a thousand things that don't work, which is kind of nice to look at it that way, like I'm just eliminating things. But it really challenges my mind, and yeah, it's just gotten to the point where I'm spending, let's say, like 95% of my life in a bedroom, which kind of sucks, because my mind is in such a different place in my body. My mind craves life so much.
It's alright, it's okay, I'm feeling brave, gonna face this day. It's okay, it's alright, no tears will kiss my cheeks tonight. And it's all good, and I'm just fine. My words ring out like hollow shells. Just slow down, it takes time, but time moves slow, I know this well. And my heart breaks 1,000 times a day. But for every hope that dies, another one takes its place. Because I have the strength of a mountain, and I've got the courage of the deep blue sea, and I have the heart of a lion, and the stars burn bright inside of me. And although you test me, my God, I stand so proudly. Can't you see that I have the strength of a mountain, and I'll take all you throw at me.
Beautiful. Before he gets into the next verse, man, beautiful little rhythm and solo there. Awesome. Love seeing that. But before that, man, the line that really struck me was every time a hope dies, another one's right there to take its place. Yeah, like he will not be defeated. He will not back down. Reminds me of REN when he said that he's stood in the flames that cremated his brains and he didn't flinch or shake, I think is what it said. That line stuck to me. And I may have listened to that song a few more times since I reacted to it, as you all have. But yeah, um, proof is in the pudding, right? Like he's stood the test of time. And it's unfortunately it's shaken his faith. He envies those that can believe and have faith. But at the same time, he's saying, "I've handled all you've thrown at me. Can't you see I'm standing here tall?" Man, so beautiful. Well, let's go back just a little bit and keep going.
This world is quite scary, I know that, 'cause I've been here for some time. But all that prepares me for a day when I can truly shine. 'Cause I've been so broken, and picking up fragments of myself, I'll glue them back together, so I can stand at the edge of this world and yell that my heart breaks 1,000 times a day. For every hope that dies, another one takes its place. Because I have the strength of a mountain, and I've got the courage of the deep blue sea, and I have the heart of a lion, and the stars burn bright inside of me. And although you test me, my God, I stand so proudly. Can't you see that I have the strength of a mountain, and I'll take all you throw at me. Dust the cobwebs off this sheath, and I'll take the sword of my belief, and in this storm I will not flinch, and I will not move, no, not an inch.
Ooh.
'cause I have the strength of a mountain. I've got the courage of the deep blue sea, and I'll have the heart of a lion. And the stars, they burn bright inside of me. But although you test me, my God, I stand so proudly, can't you see? I have the strength of a mountain, and I'll take all you throw at me.
Oh, wow. Beautifully powerful song about standing against adversity, overcoming adversity, not bending, not an inch. Right? Man, beautiful song. I love that line. Um, stand tall, not going to move an inch, not going to budge. Uh, that's awesome. I'm going to go back here in the comments a little bit. Kmart says, ha, 6 to 8 hours. Yeah, about the sleep. I know. Um, I know. This was in unrest, Sheila. Okay. Speaking of healthy sleep, you need to react to Rin's insomnia. Okay. I'll take a mental note. And after we just finished patience, I just did want to shout out, like, thank you to all those that were patient at the beginning of this live stream for 20 minutes where I was trying to work out some kinks. So again, shout out to all of you guys. Thank you so much. Oh, Feza had to go and say goodnight. Alrighty. Working 3.5 hours. Good night, all. Good night, Feza. Thank you so much for coming around and hanging out with me for a few hours, especially in the middle of the night. Again, I apologize to everybody in Europe. Um, Next time will not be in the middle of the night for you. Uh, Cosmic Vagabond says, yet again, it is like he's talking about my life. It is amazing to be able to hear someone else going through so very many of the same things I experience in my life. Thank goodness I found Ren. Absolutely. Cheers. Here, here. Um, Definitely makes me cry. Extremely beautiful. Absolutely agree. Every powerful. It's really powerful, really beautiful. Uh, you guys, exactly what I was saying. Um, oh, Vicky Knight. Hi. Welcome. How are you doing? Oh, and Kate did too. Hello. Welcome. Some new faces coming in a little late, but very welcome. Or maybe you're just late chatters and you've been here the whole time. I don't know, but uh, thank you for commenting. Uh, oh, there you go. She says, woke up in time to watch her favorite song. Awesome. Very cool, Vicky. Um, let's see what else we got. Tempest says this one is really powerful to me. And I was incorrect earlier. I forgot ME and CPS are the same thing, possibly also long COVID. I definitely have one of those. Yeah, I think ME and CFS are the same thing. So um, I play this probably every day since Ren's gotten sick again. I want to be able, I want to be this defiant in the face of the storm he's facing. Ah, solidarity, Sheila. Excellent. Yeah, we all love Pixie's hugs. Thank you, Pixie, from Tempest. Uh, let's see. Yep, I'll always be here for you. Uh, I'll have some for you always too. Okay. Ren is incredible. Uh, me on YouTube, it's under Patience. Ren Gill, Emmy on Spotify, it's under uh, Bear McCreary and Ren's name. Awesome. Uh, Bear did the soundtrack. Oh, that's cool. Um, cool. Yep, I think I'm caught up. Hi. Alrighty. So, yeah, let's get on to chapter 6. So, 6, 7, and 8, 3 more to go. Right? We're going strong. Yeah, 3.5 hours in, something like that. But I don't know. I'm enjoying myself. So, I'm glad you guys are here with me. All right, let's cue up chapter 6. It's a longer one. Next 3 are kind of longer. All right, that's all right. I spend most of the time talking to myself anyway. Right.
I'm going to try and hold it together throughout this one.
Uh-oh.
2015 was the worst year of my life.
Hmm.
At the end of 2014, I attended a private UK-based ME specialist clinic called Breakspear. For some reason, the treatments had sent my health nosediving, and I became more sick than I'd ever been. I became so weak that I couldn't walk to the bathroom without needing to lie on the floor to recover. I couldn't focus on anything. I couldn't read. I couldn't watch TV. All I could do there was lie there in pain. It was obvious during this time that I needed to move back home with my mum again. She moved to Cardiff with a new husband, and they had a spare room, which became my tomb for the next 8 months.
Mm.
At this point, I was so weak that the most that I could manage to do a day was to take a shower. The rest of the time I was confined to my bed. I started reacting even more severely to foods, so every single meal had to be blended into soups or broths to avoid negative reactions. Pain constantly shot through my shin bones and through my feet, like splinters. My stomach would gurgle, and the muscles in my body would constantly twitch, spasm, and ache. My body felt drained of every single ounce of life, and I was so tired, but I was too wired to sleep. I was so full of mental fog that reading a single page on a book seemed impossible. The daylight coming in from behind the curtain hurt my eyes. Loud sounds felt overwhelming. All I could do was wait and pray for sleep, knowing that when I woke from it, nothing would change. I wouldn't feel in any way rested, and all the symptoms would persist. This went on and on and on. It was day after day of physical and mental torture. I thought of concentration camps, of prisoners of war being tortured. At least the escape of death seemed likely. During that time I never got breaks. My whole body burned, my brain was on fire, and I had nowhere to hide. In the merciful moments where I could concentrate, I tenaciously trawled the internet, looking for ways out. My research drew me to a procedure called a fecal transplant that was having success managing things like Crohn's disease or colitis. It had also gained success in some select cases of autoimmune conditions like MS too. At the time, I felt like much of my issues were caused by dysbiosis, which means an imbalance in your gut flora. I noticed that all the food intolerances started after a large course of antibiotics for the parasite. I wondered if the parasite had wreaked havoc on my microbiome before I nuked it with antibiotics that worsened it further. Fecal transplants can introduce a whole host of probiotic bacteria into your gut, and it can re-establish a healthy homeostasis. In normal person speak, I wanted to pay to put another person's poop in my butthole. I carried on filming videos from my bed, blogging my experience. I was pretty convinced that during this time I wouldn't be alive much longer, and part of me wanted there to be some kind of document of what I'd been through in hopes that it might help someone later down the line.
And if this illness does kill me, then I want this video. I want somebody who can take notice of this video and do something with it.
I had a fundraiser open to save money for the fecal transplant.
Man, it's heart-wrenching. I'll rewind it a little bit here, but man, seeing him like that frail, guessing that was in 2015, so like 9 years ago. Man, hard not to. And his desire there is if his illness kills him, is just hopeful that somebody does something with what he's left behind. Beautiful sentiment, but crushing.
which was very slowly creeping up. I needed to save six.
Let me go back just a
Somebody who
second.
can take notice of this video and do something with it.
I had a fundraiser open to save money for the fecal transplant, which was very slowly creeping up. I needed to save 6,000 in total. I remember my girlfriend wanting to come and visit, but telling her that I didn't want her to. There are a few reasons for this. One, I was pretty sure I was going to die soon. The day before Joe died, I'd been sat with him at a pub, catching up, playing pool, cracking jokes. I'd often wondered if I'd have been hit less hard by his death if I'd been away at university when it happened. For my girlfriend's sake, I wanted her to have distance from me. I also felt ugly. I felt unlovable. I was unable to communicate, and I didn't want her to see me like that. I watched my mum look thinner and more frail every day that she had to watch her son deteriorate, and I felt immense guilt. My mum would often walk in and find me either crying on the bathroom or kitchen floor, having no energy to get back into bed. She'd often sit with me and massage my feet, which always hurt, and she'd hum melodies to me like she would do when I was a little boy. During this whole time, I hadn't picked up my guitar. I barely had any sunlight touch my skin, and I lost a lot of weight. I was about 130 pounds at my lowest, about 8 or 9 stone, which for someone who is 6'1" is very skinny. My average weight is usually about 168 pounds, 12 stone.
For reference, I'm also 6'1", and I'm a larger build, so yeah, I'm like 6'1", about 240. Just kind of been kind of a big guy, so I can't even remember the last time I saw 170 at his normal weight. But yeah, being 130 at my height, I can't even imagine how that would feel. Anyway, alrighty. Yeah, go back just a touch. This was listen to this. It almost broke me. Or about the mom humming to him. Man, such a beautiful, painful expression there. Anyway.
She would do when I was a little boy. During this whole time, I hadn't picked up my guitar. I barely had any sunlight touch my skin, and I lost a lot of weight. I was about 130 pounds at my lowest, about 8 or 9 stone, which for someone who is 6'1" is very skinny. My average weight is usually about 168 pounds, 12 stone. Every day the same thing. I'd wake up in pain, eat a meal of blended vegetables and chicken, lie with my eyes closed for hours while the world seemed to spin erratically, and I'd often cry as the bones of my legs felt like they wanted to grow out and burst out of my skin. Despite this, what I didn't know is things were about to get a lot worse. Come June, I've been in bed for about 6 months straight. I've regained some energy to leave the house every...
How can they get a lot worse? I'm gonna listen, but man.
now and then to go shopping for groceries with my mum, and I've finally reached my target for the fecal transplant, and my mum drove me to the clinic to get the procedure. Everything seemed to go as smoothly as it could for such a bizarre experience. I received a colonic irrigation, which was like a car wash for your colon. Actually feels pretty good. They then proceeded to put someone else's excrement in my behind. They would repeat this process for 5 consecutive days. When I got home, I realised I felt a little odd, almost manic, and I was hopeful that this meant my energy was coming back. But it wasn't a nice feeling. As the days progressed, I started to feel an innate sense that something was very wrong. It seemed my immune system was going into some sort of overdrive. My brain was buzzing, and the more time that passed, the more uncomfortable I felt. I remember early one morning, I was lying on the kitchen floor after attempting to get a glass of water. My body hurt so much that I was digging my nails into the laminate flooring, screaming, and my mum ran in and asked me what was wrong. I remember repeating, "I don't want to go, I don't want to go, I don't want to go," over and over again. I felt myself falling down a deep tunnel in my mind, almost as though my entire soul was tumbling down into an abyss. When I finally crashed to the bottom, I was hit with this immense feeling of stillness and peace. I stopped crying. I sat up, and my mother looked at me, puzzled. I've not felt to this day that sort of serenity that I felt in that moment. I looked around the room, and everything seemed to have gained a clarity and quality. But what was most peculiar was the feeling of stillness. There seemed to be some sort of respite from the mental torture and fog in my brain. I still to this day have no explanation for what happened. I looked at my mum. I smiled at her calmly, and I told her that everything was okay now. Her partner Michael came in, and I remember them both looking at me, perplexed. I started speaking fluidly for the first time in months, but it wasn't quite me. I was cracking jokes, being witty. My mum would laugh nervously. I remember feeling as though I was coming up off an ecstasy pill. I felt this underlying feeling of euphoria. I caught myself occasionally erratically snapping my fingers or making whistling noises in between sentences, or staring at some empty part of the room as though there was somebody there, then snapping back to the space and talking to my mum. This feeling of intense euphoria lasted about 48 hours. During this time, I'd adopted some newer strange behaviours. Everything in my room that wasn't parallel bothered me, so I had to make sure it was aligned and facing the same direction. The whistle and the finger click became a new tick, and it started rising in frequency the more time that elapsed. I also noticed that I get stuck on words or sentences when talking to my mum. For example, if I was saying a sentence like, "I'm not sure how I'm feeling today," I would sometimes get stuck on the whole sentence or just a word from it and repeat it about 30 or 40 times before I could move on to the next. So I'm not sure how I'm feeling today, feeling today, today, over and over. I can't really explain why, but it's like saying it carved out a safe space for me. After about 2 days, that feeling of peace and euphoria was swapped out for a feeling of immense dread and doom. I felt fear fill my body, unlike any fear that I've ever felt. I'd often wake up in the early hours of the morning screaming at the top of my lungs, a torturous scream that would fill the whole house, a scream like my legs were being sawn off. I felt pure terror. My mum would run in and try and calm me down. Sometimes I'd be thrashing, hitting the mattress, pounding the walls. It usually ended up in me exhausting myself and her stroking my head in her lap as I sobbed and repeated the same words over and over again.
Man, so touching, heart-wrenching. As I say, how could it get worse? Obviously, it got a lot worse. Um, the brain's going here. I want to kind of guess at what's going on with him. I almost feel like that's kind of insulting to guess. He's going to let us know. But, I mean, it seems like there's a lot of systems at play here. And we know now that he had an autoimmune issue, right? And autoimmune issues are basically your body fighting itself, attacking itself. So if you introduce somebody else's fecal matter into you and you have an autoimmune issue, it's probably gonna go haywire, right? And that's probably what happened. Is his immune system did go into overdrive. It started attacking everything. But I know also that he mentioned that Lyme disease did brain damage, right? Because of all the treatment and the time lapse and everything like that. And what he's describing there is definitely some symptoms that relate to OCD, severe OCD, which is a form of anxiety, and tic disorder, which could be attributed to a lot of different things, Tourette syndrome, or I think RET, or there's a lot of different things that tics are associated with. But it sounds like the communication in the brain that happens when the amygdala is inflamed. Um, so uh, the the theory behind trauma that I kind of lean toward and pertain to is what happens Okay, so here's another counselor time if you want to take a clip. This is, um, it is what it is. Um, uh, for a psychological trauma to happen, we kind of throw around the word trauma today all the time um, for just something bad. But psychological trauma happens when um, there's basically uh, four parts of the brain pretty much that are responsible for uh, creating memory. Um, the hippocampus is kind of the long-term memory center of the brain, and memories have to go over I forget the term right off the top of my head, but the there's a kind of a ribbon of cells that separates your left and right brain. Um, so when you have a short-term memory getting transferred to long-term memory, you take in the senses, it crosses over the left brain right brain barrier into the hippocampus to kind of get stored as a long-term memory. However, if the amygdala is going off, which is the alarm center of the brain, um, what happens to cause trauma is the amygdala isn't built to have a long-term memory. It's built to tell you something is sharp and be careful. So anything sharp, anything similar to that, be careful. So when your amygdala gets overinflamed, it will sense anything that you're feeling or seeing or touching or hearing at that moment, and it will get fragmented like a low res image, and it will get stored in your amygdala instead of getting processed correctly into your hippocampus, right? Which is where long-term memory is stored. So what happens with PTSD is once that amygdala gets started kind of tickled or inflamed, anything, because like there's tons of trigger. Anybody who has PTSD, true PTSD in the chat will probably say like you can get triggered by something very small. For instance, um, it's if you happen to be the victim of rape and uh, a female is raped by a male, let's say with a beard, right? I may not look anything like the person who did that horrible crime and victimized that person, but just because I have a beard, it may trigger the amygdala to go off because it's a low res image, right, of the trauma. It could be a sight, smell, touch, any number of things. But that didn't get processed correctly to the long-term memory center of your brain, the hippocampus, right? And it can trigger the memories associated with that event, but in like a low res version, and you can feel like you're reliving them or triggered into them. Anyway, so when the amygdala kind of goes off and it catches something so severely and it doesn't get processed into the hippocampus, what happens is it gets stuck there. So proper treatment of um, any sort of psychological trauma, whatever it is very delicate because when the amygdala goes off, it's easy to re-traumatize that memory kind of deeper, right? To go through a bunch of negative emotions and kind of spin kind of like anxiety where you're just stuck on the same thought all the time and just be back right where you were, kind of re-traumatized, right? So the trick to treating trauma is to process it through enough over and over again so that um, the amygdala is tickled a little bit, so it's uncomfortable, but it's not um, inflamed, so that when you're processing it, those memories can kind of come out of your amygdala and get processed correctly into your hippocampus, and then those symptoms start to get better. That's how you treat trauma. That's what true kind of trauma informed care is supposed to be. Anyway, this is a long diatribe. I think I tried to describe that in a comment to somebody in one of the videos, and they were thankful for the explanation. Um, in any case, it just sounds like whatever was stuck in Ren's amygdala from all the obvious trauma was triggering. Maybe there's some damage, some breakdown in those brain cells, and all of these symptoms started pouring out. Um, yeah. So, yeah. So, but back before we get back to Ren, so PTSD, one of the more efficacious or more effective forms of treatment is called EMDR, which is um, something desensitizate. I'd have to look it up. I can't remember the acronym right off the top of my head, but basically what you do in the treatment is you stare at some blinking lights. And those blinking lights, the purpose of them is to tickle that amygdala just enough to make you uncomfortable so that when you're talking through some talk therapy, it is more productive in getting those memories out of the amygdala and processed correctly into the hippocampus. So if you do have PTSD or you do have psychological trauma and you do want to loosen the to to progress in treatment, that's not the only way to do it, but EMDR is an effective way to do it because it uses some sort of other stimuli versus digging into those traumas, trying to strike a balance between not re-traumatizing, but enough uncomfortability talking through them to where the amygdala is inflamed enough to kind of let go of that memory, right? And then it's not like the damage is undone, but once the memory is in the hippocampus completely, or to a sufficient degree where your amygdala isn't overactive over that memory, then you can start to actually process it and get some catharsis. Anyway, I've been staring at the camera and not at the chat, and there's a whole bunch of people commenting or whatever. So I'm going to go back and chat real quick to catch up. But yes, Ren, psychosis incoming. I see Sheila said, like, I don't know, uh, 12 minutes ago or something. Somebody said Seven Sins. I think that's one of his songs. So somebody's relating to that song. I haven't gotten to that one yet. Um, now you know why we said you needed to hear this. Absolutely. All watching the chapters is super important. Absolutely. I might have missed something way back here. This chapter is hard. Absolutely. Um, this is how I feel a lot of the time. Vicky Knight said, "It's horrid. Never heard anyone else speak like this. It's been life changing. You weirdly feel less alone." Yeah. Having relatability is super important. So very good call out there, Vicky. Um, yes, Sean, you did recommended that a while back. I remember. Yeah, there were several people that recommended patience and or uh, I can't even remember the name of the song, but yes, absolutely. Um, yes, Rin helps us to keep going. Pixie, very well said. The kind of pain does this. I say deadpan and exhausted. Well said, Tempest. Doc D, hi Doc D, um, says Ren truly is a beautiful human. His talent is only exceeded by his humanity. Yes, uh, very perfect statement. Uh, Humming says his mom must be an extremely strong woman. Absolutely. My heart goes out for sure, goes out to his mom. Absolutely. Jessica, well said. Vicky says, my daughter has ME. Oh, I'm so sorry, Vicky. Um, so I have a renewed understanding and respect for what my mom went through when I was bedbound with it at the age of 13. Uh, oh, Tempest has to, gotta go. Hey, Tempest, thank you so much for stopping in. Um, I'm sorry that you experienced this too recently, a little bit too much, and that's okay. Um, you know yourself. Go take a shower and relax. Thank you for coming in. No, it's different than exposure therapy. Camage exposure therapy is kind of like exposing you to the things that it's like confronting fear, which is similar, but EMDR is literally you're looking at flashing light bulbs. So it's not. So exposure therapy would be like, so if you're afraid of snakes, well, let's bring in some snakes and let's confront that fear. That's exposure therapy, right? REN does a light therapy in Calgary to retain his brain, maybe same thing. Yeah, it could be. It may be something that's actually more biological as well. I don't know. I'd have to look at it, but yeah. So EMDR is a thing, but anyway, Kitty Krause or Kathy Krause says pandas. I'm not sure what the pandas is for. I might have missed a reference earlier, so explanation would be cool. But yeah, we'll get back to this, and I'll pick up back up on that. Hopefully, you guys got something out of my diatribe about trauma. But yeah, definitely something important to me. And okay, pandas causes sudden onset OCD caused by bacteria. Okay, that makes a lot. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about, but very good. Thank you for the explanation. Appreciate it. Yeah, so let's get back into Ren's story here. Thank you guys so much for being here with me.
Everything in these moments terrified me. The compulsion to make everything parallel became a necessity. Whenever I was in the kitchen or car and the dials were facing the wrong way, it taunted me. My mum started taking me to a weekly talk therapist in hopes it would stop me from killing myself. I did catch myself researching the most painless ways to do it. I often daydreamed about death, and it made me feel at peace. At this point, intense paranoid delusions started creeping in. I wondered if what was happening to me was demonic. I don't remember how I got there, but I remember one time speaking on the landline to someone who claimed to be an expert in dark magic. He told me that being around my mum was bad for me. He told me that she was bad. He told me that I needed to do a ritual with black wax candles in order to free myself. I remember ordering black candles from eBay, and when they arrived, I had a change of heart, and I decided against doing this dark magic ritual. I fell asleep that night, and I woke up the next day to find the candles totally melted onto the white mantelpiece that they were on. They'd never been lit. I still don't really know for certain if anything of these things happened, but the melted wax was definitely real. I remember picking it off with my nails. There were moments that my rational mind knew that I was hallucinating. Sometimes in the night I would hear perfect string quartet symphonies with no sound source for them to be coming from. I remember one time my mum took me with her to the post office because during this time I'd rarely been left in the house alone. I remember the lady behind the till reaching for some sellotape. As she tugged on the tape, it sounded as though it had been amplified 1,000 times. It was deafeningly loud. I ran out of the store crying and shaking, and I sat in the passenger seat of my mum's car, rocking back and forth, where she found me uncontrollably sobbing, repeating the words, I can't, over and over again. My paranoia grew. I boomeranged between thinking I may have been latched onto by some demonic entity, and I became suspicious of even my own family, to thinking I might be part of some sort of twisted experiment, where a group of observers were seeing how far they could push me before I snapped and shattered. My irrational mind concluded that if I start behaving in unexpected ways, I might confuse the people conducting this experiment, and they'd shut it down. I'd sit in my own bed manically grinning in response to the jolt of pain in my legs. I'd say things to Mum and Michael which made no sense at all. This all seemed to be leading up to a very unusual day. I can't quite recall the details of how it happened because it was quite tricky to tell what was reality and what was not. But from what I remember, I was in the car with my mum, parked outside a supermarket, and I'd put my laptop on the roof of the car while I'd helped her with groceries. I'd forgotten it was there and she drove off. It wasn't until about an hour later I noticed and I started panicking. My laptop had on it hundreds of songs from my time in Brighton. It was all I had really to show for my life. I was already in such an emotionally fragile space that losing that felt like some sick, torturous joke. We drove back and searched every place it could be with no luck. As we were driving home, my mum pulled up at a junction and something in me snapped. I got out of the car and I ran away from it. I convinced myself this was still part of the experiment, because what else could explain that sort of luck? Once I got far enough away, I proceeded to strip off all my clothes, and I lay in the middle of a road staring up at the sky, laughing in hysterics. This was the opposite of how one should react to losing their computer, and so it seemed like the perfect way to confuse my observers. With time, the police showed up, as did my mother. By some miracle, she convinced them not to take me in or section me, and by a further miracle, they also relayed to my mum that a dented laptop had been handed in an hour earlier. I took this as meaning my experiment had worked. I eventually snuck off as my mum was talking to them. I wandered slowly around this unfamiliar village until I encountered the second angel I would meet in my life, this time in the form of a black homeless man. I'm not sure how he got there, but as I was walking, I turned to my side, and a man dressed in tattered grey clothes was walking beside me. He asked me what was wrong, and I explained the best I could the events of the day. I explained that I'd been sick a very long time, that I was tired, so tired, and that I just wanted to be better. The homeless man paused. He put his hand on my shoulders, and he stared into my eyes. His eyes had a light grey tint. They were almost white, and something about his presence made me feel incredibly safe, incredibly still. He smiled, a kind smile, and he said to me, "Everything's going to be okay, Ren." And then he vanished. I hadn't told him my name. I never hallucinated anything after that day. I have no real explanation for that day. I chalk it down to a psychotic episode or stress-induced hallucination, but the events which follow put a lot of questions in my mind. What he said to me was very simple, but also very needed. I realise a lot of people might hear these stories and just presume I'm a bit mad, a bit weird, like I do when people tell me their ghost stories. All I can do is tell you my experience and let you derive your own conclusions from it. Anyway, I got home and I started to obsessively research ways to escape this new seemingly psychotic space I was in. It's a strange thing to describe, but it was like me, Ren, was in the passenger seat of my mind while some other entity was steering the ship. I was watching myself do things like scream at night or repeat words over and over, and I think to myself, damn, that's pretty crazy. But I wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Every now and then I had moments of lucidity where I was more in control. I was doing things like stimming. I had night terrors, vocal tics, I'd stutter and I'd stammer. And for me, a lot of that lined up with some sort of transitory or stress-induced autism. I'd known a family with an autistic teenager and some of the behaviour seemed to line up, which led me to a new pathway of online research. I came across this support group for a subset of children with autism called PANDAS, P-A-N-D-A-S. It was believed that these kids had the neurological infection of the streptococcus bacteria that was causing these autistic-like behaviours. I was presenting with some similar behaviours. These kids would do long courses of antibiotics and their symptoms would diminish or disappear, and they'd be seemingly normal children again. I speculated that the fecal transplant introduced a whole host of new bacteria into my gut, but that I didn't have the immune regulation to be able to control it, and it had sent my entire system into some sort of inflammation overdrive. I researched the most effective antibiotic for streptococcus, one being penicillin, and I convinced my mum to take me to the doctor, where I faked a stomach bug. I lied to him, and I said I'd had similar things in the past, and the penicillin cleared it right up. He reluctantly prescribed me a 2-week course of antibiotics because I was so persistent. I got home and I started the course.
That right there is called advocating for yourself. You have to. Otherwise you'll get railroaded, right? Like he had many times before. So advocate for yourself, for sure.
Initially I felt fucking awful, somehow even more tired than usual, And then towards the end of the course, I noticed a definite shift in my energy and comfort. By the end of the course, my psychotic behaviours had disappeared and my energy felt a lot better. I stayed indefinitely on various herbal antibiotic supplements like oregano oil at this time, having learned that this was also active against certain pathogenic bacteria. Keep in mind also, I'm just going off script right now, keep in mind if I'd have followed the advice of most of the doctors that I'd seen at the time who were talking to me about my psychotic behaviours, I would have probably been put into a mental facility and medicated with medication that I didn't need, and would have probably gotten a lot worse. So it was very lucky that I took no one tells you that antibiotics can treat psychosis, and these antibiotics did actually treat my psychosis. And I was no stranger to the placebo effect. I'd taken everything, it wasn't placebo. It didn't matter. After about a week, I'd finished the course, and some of my more familiar symptoms like fatigue and pain started creeping back again. But that didn't matter, because what this whole experience had taught me was that the origin of my sickness was in fact bacterial, and it was pathogenic. The biggest thing it taught me was I could actually do something about it. I was no stranger to the placebo effect after years of trialing different drugs and supplements. This wasn't placebo. I took to the internet again and found a world-renowned specialist over in Brussels who was also leading a lot of the cutting-edge research for ME. I got on the phone and made an appointment. He was booked up for the next 9 months, but that gave me enough time to save money. The antibiotics and new herbs I was taking had also given me a new lease of life, and the hope for a cure made me more determined than ever. I started having enough energy to go on walks, which was huge for me at the time. My dad would drive over to my mum's and we'd go out in the car, and I'd take photos of wildlife on beaches. I was picking up my guitar again after months in bed. I eventually invited my girlfriend over and made the decision to move back to Brighton as soon as I was strong enough to.
Oh man, message of hope right there, right? The mental, physical fortitude that he displayed for years, it's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Yes, Sheila, advocacy is necessary, right? Yeah, let's get back to it.
It was around this time that I started working on the album Freckled Angels. I knew that the future tests weren't going to be cheap. I pulled together some old tracks from the days I was working with Sony, and I got hold of Eric and asked his permission to release them, which he graciously granted, so thank you, Eric. I then pulled together some newer material and compiled my first ever album from my bedroom. In those days, I had no real way of promoting myself and no energy to do shows, so it was mostly to be listened to by my friends and family. I named the album Freckled Angels after Joe. Joe was covered head to toe in freckles, and it seemed fitting to dedicate this work to one of the coolest and funniest people I ever knew. Any ounce of energy I did have from my limited reserves, I'd pour into recording that album. It's by no means a work of art, and it's a bit thematically disjointed, but some songs like Crutch or Pocket Full of Pain went a long way to photographing that time. I'm going to leave you with a recording of Pocket Full of Pain. Back in those days. Enjoy.
Awesome. Because I've already listened to Crutch, so now we get Pocket Full of Pain. It's probably a heavy song, but we're here for it, right? So let me see if yes, K-Maj, amazing, absolutely amazing. Young man just impresses me at every turn. It's like inspiring. Young Ren. Some scatting.
I watch the sun when it rises, when it's climbing the sky. I sit here with the pocket full of pain. I've got tears in my juice, in my mind there's a noose, but my hope makes me cling to the day. I wanna run with the sun and the moon and the stars till I'm running faster than my pain. I wish I could breathe out this fear, this doubt, send it into the Milky Way. I got my finger on the trigger of a Magnum 44, but survival instinct won't let me bleed. I wanna put a bullet straight in my cerebral tissues place, but my index finger won't let me squeeze. I wanna skate down my vein with the blade till the blood runs thicker than the thoughts in my head. But don't ask me why, this is not my goodbye, it's a suicide failure attempt. Dum, 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 dum. I choose life, I choose life, I choose living. Put the bottles and the pills down, I stand up, I breathe with precision. Calm washes over me like a break in the storm. I close my eyes for a minute, then my troubles transform, and I travel deep into the corners of my mind. I remember the first time I felt hopeless. I think I was 5, cause at the hands of this bully, the lessons that I learned is that this world is not so beautiful. Sometimes it can be burnt by the fires of evil that are living inside the common people just like you and like I. We'll all strive to survive, and we all climb to the top over our brothers and sisters, whether we mean to or not. And we get lost in the tide of insecurities and power-seeking fooleries, but happiness don't live inside no jewelleries. In an age of distraction, we would rather tap on our iPhones than stop a war from happening. It's heartbreaking, Satan's patiently waiting for us to mess up big time, so hell on earth will be blatant. So forgive me for wanting to blow my brains out, but I've got a change of heart. It's time for change now, rearrange now, fist in the sky. I say proud, say loud, revolution word on my brain now. It's with the people, yeah, power's with the people. If the people strive for unity, the world it could be equal. You could be the start of the beginning, a dawn of no stress, no troubles, no sinning, just living. So overthrow evil and greed, put aside your distractions, welcome change with me, welcome change with me, welcome change with me, welcome change, welcome change, welcome change with me, welcome change with me, now welcome change with me, now welcome change, welcome change, welcome change with me. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Oh man, I love that song. I'm not gonna lie. Um, REN turned A Pocket Full of Pain into welcoming change, to revolution, in one song. Man, welcome change with me. Absolutely, Sheila. It's a suicide failure attempt. Yeah, sorry we're causing tears here, but man, so beautiful. Whew, man, the perspective that was cauterized in this man's soul to speak for people who can't speak for themselves or who are overlooked. Um, and so beautiful. It's just a part of him. Uh, from being bullied at 5 years old, he learned real quick that the world can jack you over just from people like you and me. Yeah, beautiful song. Mm, very good. Man, I like that one a lot. I mean, it's just a good little snappy tune, but like I don't know, partway through you just see like this smile on his face, like he knows what's coming, like he's dishing out, these sad like suicidal thoughts, but he knows that he's got so much hope in his heart that he's gonna flip the script on the song. You can kind of like see it coming in his eyes. Uh, it reminds me like like one of my one of my kids trying to like put one over on old dad, right? You just kind of see it coming. Um, I don't know. Maybe that's just the dad in me, but I saw that in Ren there. Yep. I'm not crying, you're crying, right? Yep. Um, yeah, let's get on to chapter 7. Yeah, so such a beautiful song. We have to remember that one. Pocket full of pain. Very good.
Before he even had the test results, the doctor in Brussels glanced up from the form he'd asked me to fill out, and he said, "You have Lyme."
Let me catch up on some comments here. Obviously, we're going to discover he has Lyme disease, right? And I think this is the doctor that he mentioned is an angel in his life in troubles, right? Um, um, oh, yeah, I can see why renegades are so protective of him. Yeah, protect Ren at all costs, right? Yeah. Um, his light does shine super brightly. Chopping onions. Yeah, everybody's chopping it. Why are you guys chopping onions? Like, we're not, it's not a cooking stream. No more onions, okay? Celtic spirit, absolutely. Yeah, old school, like medieval uh, samurai kind of devotion, right? The Viking warrior, yes. The doctor with the glow. Yes, let's learn about the doctor with the glow.
Lyme disease. We can run the tests, but I'm certain of it.
Hmm.
I'd heard of Lyme in passing during my hours trawling the internet, but I'd never spent long diving into it. It was an extremely rare disease in the UK that you can get from tick bites, so it never really came across my radar. I sat there, puzzled for a moment. I said, can I get better? He said that many people go on to recover, some don't. Right. I wanted to ask him so many questions, but my mind at that moment was totally blank. The test results eventually came back, sure enough, positive for Lyme, and the co-infection Bartonella, along with many other biomarkers which suggested autoimmunity and immune dysfunction. My whole life, I'd been waiting for this moment, to have something printed on a piece of paper that showed that I wasn't actually fucking crazy, that I could shove in the faces of anyone who'd made me feel like a hypochondriac or like a head case. But when the moment finally came, I felt numb. It was hard to rejoice. I had the lingering PTSD from the psychotic meltdown the year before, which made it pretty hard to break into the realms of happiness. Instead, I did what I always do. I got home, and I took to the internet, and I researched the best ways to escape. The summer that I got sick, I spent 2 weeks camping in a small festival in Dorset. One night, me and friends decided to climb a nearby hill to build a bonfire in the woods. On the way there, the fields were full of long grass and deer. 3 people, all my age, who all attended that festival came down with ME or fibromyalgia-like symptoms over the course of the next year.
Whoa, wow.
One was a friend of the family who was shut in a dark room for years because the light would be too intense for him. Before that festival, he was bursting with life, a successful capoeira dancer, reduced to a zombie. Lyme disease seemed to be as much of a medical labyrinth as ME was. On one side, there was a whole host of specialists who believed Lyme bacteria becomes chronic, evades the immune system response, can sometimes evade testing, and leads to debilitating symptoms unless treated with a long course of antibiotics. On the other side were doctors who claimed that Lyme can't persist. It's easily treatable with a 2-week course of doxycycline, and further symptoms following that must be due to an autoimmune response triggered by the Lyme, or perhaps an unrelated, undiscovered cause. I educated myself as best I could on all theories, trawling through research papers on PubMed, conversing people in support groups, often contacting leading Lyme scientists via email or phone to ask them questions. Lyme disease is caused by Borrelia, a spirochete bacteria that causes symptoms like extreme fatigue, confusion, joint pain, heart problems, digestive issues, anxiety, depression, and in extreme cases, hallucinations. So everything was adding up. I fell down internet rabbit holes of learning how Borrelia produces outer membrane vesicles, which contain outer surface proteins which can modulate your entire immune response, essentially dampening it for its own survival. It was a truly insidious pathogen, a smart one one out of a twisted horror sci-fi. There would be online groups claiming it was created in a lab in Plum Island off America and weaponized. Due to the widespread suffering it seemed to cause, and given how hard it was to treat, it was easy to see how people gravitated towards these sorts of superstitions and speculations. The main thing that made my head swim was the sheer number of treatment options, in part a byproduct of the cognitive dissonance in the medical industry at the time. There were countless antibiotic protocols, herbal protocols, immune system modulating protocols, wackier ones where people would be stinging themselves with bees or swallowing certain helminth parasites to modulate their...
Good night, Nancy. Thank you for stopping in. Thank you for being here. And yes, absolutely, Jessica, amazing person. The whole world needs a little taste of that inspiration. Thank you, Nancy S., for coming in. And thank you for Vicky for being here at 5:20 in the morning. I appreciate that.
their immune systems. It was a wild west, and I wasn't so naive to be unaware that there were a lot of quacks in that space, selling people snake oil, financially taking advantage of desperation. Like a lot of the medical industry, I despise people and companies who see opportunity to profit from other people's misery. If you're watching this video and you're one of those people, I would highly consider switching your role in the world and being on the right side. One common factor a lot of these protocols seem to share was you would certainly get a lot worse.
I don't know why that touched me so much, but just the way that he did it. You know, inside he's screaming at the people that take advantage of other people in the medical industry, right? But the way that he goes about addressing it is, I mean, it will take your defenses right down. I highly urge you to get on the right side. You know he's screaming inside. So much level-headedness. I don't know, that just really took me back. Yeah. Anyway.
Before you got any better. There was something called the Jarisch-Herxheimer reaction. As you kill off the pathogens in your system, they release biotoxins in your body, which are eventually cleared out by your kidneys and liver. These can cause systemic inflammation, additional fatigue, brain fog, mood swings, pain, flu-like feelings. I was no stranger to these things already, but when they got even worse, it was a mental battle. I sought out as many success stories as I could, and I looked for common threads in the ones of the people who made a full recovery. It seemed like long courses of antibiotics were working for some people, but to do it safely I needed to be in the care of a specialist. The NHS were fucking useless. After multiple appointments, one with an infectious disease specialist, they told me the most they could give me was a couple-week course of doxycycline. I knew that probably wouldn't be enough. They told me chronic Lyme wasn't something that they recognised. I presented them with printouts of much of the research I'd gathered online for the most recent studies, which they dismissed. One of them told me I seemed obsessed, and they asked me if I thought about getting a hobby.
Jeez.
I fantasized about dragging him by his tie across his desk and pressing a stapler into his skull. Then I politely got up and left. Doxycycline would lead to improvements for a short time frame, and then my symptoms would come creeping back. I tried many antibiotic and herbal approaches to treat the Lyme without much luck. I tried things like Rife treatment, which is essentially running an electromagnetic pulse through your body in hopes that it will kill the bacteria. I was desperate. It seemed that America took Lyme disease far more seriously than the UK, which made sense as it was far more prominent there. I settled on a doctor called Dr. Jemsek over in Washington, and when I could, I would busk or I'd sell music online to raise money. My girlfriend at the time also ran a fundraiser, and my mum said that she'd also help contribute towards flights. It's not easy being sick and broke, but somehow we made it work. A week before I was due to fly out, something happened which changed my whole life. I've always been a believer in the good that you're putting out in the world coming back to you. Luck, therefore, is more of a karmic consequence. When I was making video blogs, I wasn't doing it to build a following or for any sort of social merit or personal gain. I was doing it because I thought I was going to die. I was doing it because I wanted to feel like I'd left some sort of positive mark on the world, like I'd helped. I remember waking up one morning and going through the comment section of the latest video I'd posted, only to find a message from a British doctor who is running a clinic over in Germany in Los Angeles. He is the third and final angel of this story.
Mhm. Doctor with a glow.
He was reaching out to offer to help, and he didn't want anything in return. We exchanged messages and ended up jumping on a video call together. The angel explained that he sympathised with my story. His son was a musician, and at his clinic he'd seen firsthand the countless times the destruction that Lyme disease was causing. He explained his clinic was involved in cutting-edge stem cell procedures and seeing promising results for various autoimmune and Lyme patients. The cost of the procedure was upwards of $25,000, something that I could never afford. But he said that every year he personally selected patients to attend his clinic for free. He would offer me the treatment free of charge. All he wanted me to do was document my experience. It made sense to me that if Borrelia was able to modulate the immune system for its own survival, that an intervention that focused on immunological homeostasis would help. The clinic also offered antibacterial IVs targeting the Lyme and various other treatments intended to build the body back up after years of chronic health complications. I was kind of in shock. When a stranger reaches out and offers something so generous, it's natural to doubt his intentions, but something told me to trust this kind offer. I really had nothing to lose, and as morbid as it sounds, my willingness to die made it easy to throw myself into a more experimental procedure. There was also some security in the fact that he wanted me to document my experience and share it with the world. If it had been more sinister, surely he wouldn't want that sort of exposure. I decided that I'd still go to the initial consultation with Dr. Jemsek, as I'd raised the money, but I would catch a flight to LA once it was done. Money was still an issue. The entire treatment length was about 6 weeks, and back then I could have never afforded the accommodation for that long. I decided to hop on Facebook, and I found a Lyme support group based in LA. There, I found people going through the treatment at the clinic who were happy to put me up in their guest rooms. Despite all our faults, human beings' ability to empathize, lift up strangers, and collectively solve problems purely because it's the right thing to do is such a beautiful characteristic to carry.
It just made me, I mean, how can you not feel uplifted by such um, beautiful acts of generosity, right? From people. And then people offering up places to stay and kind of meeting his needs. Um, there's there's saying with child rearing, it takes a village, right? Basically meaning as parents, we don't have the tools to give our kids everything. Every parent inevitably leaves scars on their kids from where they aren't perfect, right? But that sentiment of it takes a village, um, apparently Ren grew up in a village, but he has that mindset of if we act like we're all in the same village, we can meet each other's needs. And that's kind of his whole premise. So seeing it play out in his life where people are meeting his needs from all over that he doesn't even know, strangers, is, it's so beautiful, right? I mean, I have some longtime friends. I was lucky enough to have like quite a few, probably like 10 really close friends. And I know, like, even today, I could call up any one of them and they'd do whatever they could to help me. But he's basically putting that into the ether and getting a response. Man, so beautiful, right? Anyway, I'll continue, but just had to say something.
I sincerely hope that we can find ways to hold on to our own empathy and humanity as we step into the future. I believe these traits will save us as a species. Survival of the fittest is a myth in a society where we have all our basic needs met. It becomes survival of those willing to cooperate. The time came and I flew out to America with Momoko, keeping me company and keeping an eye out in case my health crashed. I went to the initial consultation in Washington, D.C. They recommended that I get on a minimum of a year-long course of various antibiotics and supplements, some to be rotated. I saw this as my fallback plan if the stem cells didn't work. We then headed to LA. It was summertime, so it was boiling. The clinic was based in Beverly Hills. The juxtaposition of spending most of my life in waiting rooms that were falling apart, feeling like a defective product on a conveyor belt that's being rushed along only to be dismissed, to then go into being in what felt like a 5-star health spa where there seemed to be a genuine care and interest for my well-being, was quite odd. I was greeted enthusiastically by the doctor. He seemed a lot younger than his age. When I mentioned this, he laughed and he said it was the stem cells. As we spoke, I could see his childlike enthusiasm for what they were doing at the clinic. Stem cells were very in vogue at the time. There was also much territory to explore, and the potential of what they could offer harder to treat diseases was incredibly exciting and promising. It was hard not to feel some of that contagious excitement leaking from the doctor. He explained that because I've been sick and misdiagnosed for so long, it wasn't going to be easy. There was no magic fix. At times I might feel like giving up, but I should trust the process. So I did. When we first arrived, I was staying on the floor of a young couple's apartment. They were just starting treatment at the clinic. Fontaine was a songwriter and he was an actor. One night he asked me if I liked bikes, and then he took me out on the back of his Harley Davidson and drove at high speed through the hills surrounding LA. It was interesting talking to Fontaine about her experience. I'd found people I could relate to online, but very rarely did I meet people in person whose experience had mirrored my own. She'd also been through the ringer of misdiagnoses, medical dismissal, left to suffer, trying desperately to claw back her own life. I started to realise this problem wasn't localised to the UK. It was global. So many people were going missing and screaming into a void. The first week at the clinic was aimed at building my body back up. I would sit for hours while various vitamins and nutrients were dripped into my body to address any deficiencies that may have occurred from years of being sick. They also offered talk therapy, lymphatic drainage massage, ways to calm your nervous system that would aid healing. I was still having to pinch myself that this was all free. I felt guilty for the people who had to pay. It wasn't easy. Occasionally I'd have an immune reaction to one of the IV drips. I didn't know at the time, but I had mast cell activation syndrome, which meant my body would become highly inflamed in response to many food, vitamins, even things like perfumes or scents from everyday cleaning products could set it off. A year later, while in the German clinic, I would be minutes away from nearly dying after going into anaphylactic shock during an IV drip. A nurse luckily caught me in the nick of time and injected me with an EpiPen. I spent a night in the emergency ward with Germans who couldn't speak a word of English, who put me on an electrolyte drip that made me feel even worse. During the second week in LA, I moved places to stay with another couple. The husband had been a prop and set designer for the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. They were extremely generous with their time and space and became almost surrogate parents to me and Momoko. There is an unusual companionship you feel with someone who has faced similar levels of suffering as yourself, like an unspoken bridge of understanding. At the time, I was having difficulties with my girlfriend. I wanted her to come with me to LA, as this felt like a pretty pivotal moment in my life. It was a time where I really just wanted to feel safe, but she couldn't take the time off work. I think I felt a little bit funny about the fact Momoko had made the time and sacrificed her own work and she hadn't. She was being distant with me whenever we spoke on the phone, which frustrated me more and more. We ended up arguing a fair bit. I think this is the beginning of seeds that would soon grow into finding extremely difficult to be in relationships in general. I usually feel pretty unlovable, extremely isolated, very antisocial. I felt alienated, often bitter that most people go through their lives not knowing what it's like to hurt every day, that they didn't appreciate the freedom their bodies allowed them as they should. To be alive and to not hurt is a blessing. To be alive and not hurt is all I want. The day of the stem cell transplant finally arrived, and I was nervous, as you would be getting a giant fucking metal rod shoved into your skin. The doctors offered me an anti-anxiety med, and I was never one to turn down free drugs. With autologous stem cell transplant, they take cells from your own fat, centrifuge them, and then do some magic science shit and then feed them back to you in an IV. To acquire these cells, they have to do liposuction. The issue was I was already skinnier than a shadow on a cloudy day. They would usually take the fat from the stomach.
Comedic timing, right? That was beautiful. Do some, what do you say, like scientific magic shit and bring it back. All right, that one got me. That was good timing. All right.
Cells from your own fat,
Back to it.
centrifuge them, and then do some magic science shit and then feed them back to you in an IV. To acquire these cells, they have to do liposuction. The issue was I was already skinnier than a shadow on a cloudy day. They would usually take the fat from the stomach, but as I had virtually no body fat, they had to go in through the back near my coccyx. They spent about 20 minutes sawing away at your insides and separating your muscle from fat. Then they inject you with a liquid that breaks it down and they suck it back out. fresh for the stem cell harvest. There's a video of me drugged up and laughing as a needle as big as my forearm gets rammed into my back. I returned home pretty bruised up, but full of hope.
Like they're digging for gold. And so I'm pretty kind of bruised up. I've got these 2 little holes here where they took the stem cells out and they put them back in my arm. You can't really see on this camera because the light's too much, but I've got more holes in my arm than a Scottish heroin addict.
I'd met people at the clinic who were further along the process than me, who were singing the praises of how much better they felt. For the first 3 months I didn't really notice much, but I was told it would take time. I was already doing somewhat better from the 6 weeks of IVs. It's an unusual psychological space to be teetering on the precipice of hope that your whole life could change. There's a certain tension and a certain excitement that comes with that. I was also having big problems with my girlfriend at the time. I'd found out some things that had really shaken my trust. In retrospect, I should have just walked away then and there, but I held on because part of me blamed myself. In my sickness, I held people at a distance, so I felt like I deserved negative things. We would fight a lot. The health problems added a whole new dimension to something that would be hard for any couple.
Oh, yeah, he was definitely thin, as Sheila said. Yeah, he is super funny. Oh, he does some live streams? Oh, that's cool. I gotta check him out one of these times. If I don't know how often he does them, but yeah, I'll definitely check out one of his live streams for sure. Yeah, he is such a lad. Awesome.
Couldn't trust that she loved me as much as she said she did because of certain things that I found out. A few months after the transplant, me and her decided to get away from everything and stay with her mother on the south of Spain. One night, we were sat on the grass, looking up at the sky, being surrounded by avocado and lemon trees. It felt like we were in some sort of Eden-like paradise. She asked me to marry her. It was her way of proving that she loved me and would always love me. And I said yes, but I meant no. Even when we went to pick out rings, I just felt scared. I lost the ability to trust love. I don't fully blame her for that. She was an awesome person trying to navigate a complicated situation. I blame my sickness. My sickness was an inseparable from me, and so I blame myself. After about a month of being home, she sat down with me one day and told me she decided to move to Australia for a year. She told me it wouldn't change anything between us. I had my doubts. Despite the additional stress in my life, something amazing was happening. About 4 months after the stem cell transplant, I noticed the desire to leave the house. I noticed more colour in my skin. I joined a gym that was a 3-minute walk from my house. I started working out for the first time in years. Music started pouring back into my life. I was singing more. I was producing more. And this was all leading up to my favourite chapter so far.
Sorry about that. Ooh, that was loud. A joyful time for him, I'm sure. I apologize to anybody who is also wearing earphones for that. Hopefully it clipped for you. I have a thing set on here to clip, so hopefully it didn't blow your ears out. But for me, it was really loud. Yeah. All right. So I'll keep going. All right, Parasol.
Oh, that sounds wavy. Oh, shit. It's like I don't work. No.
We know this one, right? I just did this one.
No flame to spark my ego.
I didn't do this version, so this is cool.
My Nike's laced in dirt. Shit. Ren, go. These drugs don't work. The pain, it takes control. Bloodstained shirt. I feel like I'm always being chased by the devil.
Man, they have so much joy going on.
Try to talk, but I can't seem to get my spoken words right. And I try to keep my stutter alive. And this life is
Just having fun.
right. Cut you like a flip knife, twist and make you sick, right? And I felt maybe I'll be better off alone. And so I redirect the calls from my phone. I learned so many lessons from depression, but in essence I'm just wishing that these bad thoughts were gone.
So who are these renegades right here? Because they're jamming out. They're jamming out. Are these two people right here in my chat? Are these one some of you people, you guys right here? Is that you? This is some chatters, right? Yeah. Anyway.
Let's wait on this verse, it's actually mad.
Sometimes I guess, sometimes it's when it's like time is against me. In my mind I kind of mind, yeah, though my mind it tortures me. But I shine, cause when I shine it's like my shines, they set me free. And I rhyme, I shine so bright, these rhymes come out of me. Times I bleed, times I crawl, times I slip, times I fall. Times my back's up against the wall so hard that the whole building could fall. Times I bruise, times I break, times I'm true, times I'm sick, times I'm up. But I'm when the forward is to open and just swallow me for goodness sake. I think I'm gonna break cause the ache and it's late. I'm awake in the world full of days. Pressing the brakes, but the brakes ain't breaking. I'm trying my universe into a leg in the way. Wait at the world, don't wait. We make mistakes when it's all estate. Pop, we eat our cake. Sometimes no time for double taste, but
That's just the way life goes sometimes.
I don't wanna end up in the gutter being bad with my trouble face down in the puddle where the sun don't shine. I'm coming on the back on the track and the top and it's not enough peace. Living in with this, I'm packing and I'm praying. Oh Lord, take this pain away.
Oh, it's such a beautiful song.
Okay.
Only matched by their joy,
Yeah, so
right?
yeah, so that's a song that me and Ren wrote. If you want to follow us on Instagram, it's Ren Makes Music. That's REN Makes Music. I am Sam Tompkins UK. That's Sam TOMPKINS UK. This next song is called Same Old Situation. We wrote this not so long ago. Ren Makes Music. That's it.
Oh man, that was awesome. Go back here. I think that was chapter 7, right? Yeah, and it went down. All right, so one left. One left. Let me catch up on some chatters. Or should I call you guys dancers? Because you know that's you. Anyway, number one UK album, Joy. Oh, is that when he was when it was like clipping? Yeah, I can imagine that. 4 versions. Yeah, I caught 3 now. The MC, I think, is the other version that people told me to chime into, that they really like that one. It's also live, it's just different. You have consistently kept around 50 for this stream. That's fantastic. Wow. Really? Thank you for pointing that out, Nikki. I don't have any numbers or anything up. Uh, I'm ill prepared, so man, I'm taken back. Thank you guys for hanging out with me for a few hours. Um, well, almost like 5 hours now, so crazy. Thank you so much. One left to do. Uh, uh, those from the beginning, man, heart goes out to you. Thank you so much for the support. It's such a beautiful thing. So thank you so much. Um, yes, Jessica says, I wish to see them in real life. It's a dream. I think everybody shares that dream with you that's in this chat. The comparison of where he was only a year ago before is unreal. It is, man. That treatment, man, it really helped him turn a corner. Yeah, Sheila says, manifest that shit into existence. We all go and watch him busk, right? Josh and his weird ankles. Yep, flipping it over. I guess Josh is the one that's filming. The last push. Yep. Hey, I've had a blast with you guys, so thank you so much. You are welcome. My pleasure. You'll be hitting replay tomorrow. Okay. Fading, but here for the long haul. Okay, well, let's get to it then. You have been here for the long haul. Absolutely. Jessica says, I live in Indiana in the US, so no matter how big he gets, nobody comes here. So most likely, we'll just stay a dream. Well, you never know. Indianapolis is a fairly big city, and it's hop, skip, and a jump from Chicago or Milwaukee. It's not that. You might have to travel a little bit, but hey, you never know. Hopefully, he comes to the U.S. and does a tour when he's well, right? That'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. Alrighty. Well, let's get into chapter 8. I'm excited, right? I am excited. Here we go.
I was sat in a cafe across from a strange French man in a suit. I had to decide over a 5-minute drink if this was the man that I was going to live with for the next year of my life. A week before, I'd been sat in the same cafe with a Polish man. My friend Luke had put me in touch. Me and my girlfriend had decided to move into separate houses in hopes it would fix our crumbling relationship. The guy seemed pretty chill online, and so I'd already agreed to move in with him. This was just a little informal meet before we did. A few minutes in, I instantly regretted everything. He told me a story of how the week before he'd come home drunk, and he'd pissed all over his own living room, and was in hysterics about it.
Thank you for showing it.
I laughed nervously, taking a sip of water as I imagined the future of watching Netflix shows near a carpet that stank of piss. He then went on to tell me a story of how this girl that he'd liked had rejected his advances, so he'd, in his own words, grabbed her by the pussy and she slapped him. He wasn't sure if it was going to work out between them. I was certain it wasn't going to work out between them. I didn't laugh this time. I made an excuse and I left. When I got home,
Lord.
I messaged him, making up a lie that me and my girlfriend had patched things up and she'd be moving with me instead. I had a week to find a new roommate. I was, for all intents and purposes, a loud little bugger. I'd often spend unhealthy amounts of time making beats, so the person that I moved in with needed to be able to tolerate noise. I found this Facebook group called Brighton Bands of Musicians and I posted on it. It went something like this. Hi, I'm a noisy person and I'm looking for another noisy person to live with. Enter the Frenchman. He'd moved from France in hopes of kick-starting his music career. He was working in a restaurant and busking on the streets whenever he had time. He was, for the better part of the word, eccentric, and at first I couldn't quite place him. The bar was set extremely low by the carpet-pissing sex offender though, so the Frenchman could have probably told me he was part of an extreme terrorist organisation and I'd probably said, great mate, when can you move in? The house was only meant for 2, but in true cheapskate style we found a third housemate called Tom, who was probably one of the funniest people I've ever met. Tom would go on hour-long rants about how Nicolas Cage is the world's best actor.
Hey, we could fight a lot about a lot of things, and Nicolas Cage has had some dicey roles. And he's an overactor, but you gotta love Nick Cage, right? Right? I don't know. I don't know. Have any of you guys watched the show Community? It's old. It, it's not on anymore, but there's an episode in there where at this community college they actually have a class on Nicolas Cage acting, and it's a funny episode. Anyway, I don't know if any of you will understand that reference, but yeah. And he did a recent movie, Nick Cage, kind of making fun of himself. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, little, Nick Cage tangent, but yeah. Let's go.
Rants about how Nicolas Cage is the world's best actor.
I said, put the bunny back in the box.
And he makes a compelling case too. That Frenchman was Romain Caesar. We'd go on to form a band called The Big Push, and he'd become one of my closest friends. The second week we moved in together, it was his birthday, so me and Tom decided to gaffer tape about 50 baguettes and bunches of garlics to the walls and ceilings to decorate. It was 2016 and political correctness hadn't come into full effect. He still didn't think it was very funny.
Oh man, that's classic. Oh, baguettes for the Frenchman, huh? I love it.
My energy was only improving during this time, although progress was slow. The doctor had recommended I do a second transplant to speed things up. I returned to LA for the second time with my close friend Saran and went through the motions again. Eventually, I'd switched to their sister clinic in Frankfurt, where I entered one of the more unusual periods of my life. The UK has border regulations on certain medications and supplements. Some I shouldn't have been taking back with me. I remember fashioning a hidden compartment in my suitcase where I would smuggle IV bags full of various nutrients and immune modulating drugs over the border. I did this a few times. One drug, Filgrastim, was often given to AIDS or cancer patients with low neutrophil counts. On my tests, my neutrophils were always outside of range on the lower side, so the injections would theoretically raise them. The issue was I was still broke. I don't think the doctor realised how broke. I was meant to pay for private nurse to administer the drips, but I couldn't afford it. So without telling the doctor, I taught myself how to administer an IV watching YouTube tutorial videos.
Hey, he taught himself how to play the guitar and the piano from YouTube, right? Why not learn how to give yourself an IV, right? Yes, that's it. The unbearable weight of a massive talent, right? I watched it. I thought it was great. It was funny. I mean, it was over the top, Nick Cage funny, but I don't know. Kind of funny. Like I think Pedro Pascal's in it, right? I like him too from Mandalorian and Last of Us and Game of Thrones and all kinds of stuff. So yeah, should watch Bongo Bong to end the stream, huh? We'll do a little poll if you guys want me to watch Bongo Bong to end the stream. Just type bongo in the chat. And we'll see if we get support for that. All right, well, let's continue then.
First, it was very messy. I messed up a lot of veins trying to get the catheter to stay in. There was a lot of blood, but eventually I got the hang of it. I'd be sitting in the living room watching One Punch Man while an IV bag dripped slowly into my veins, and day by day I got stronger and stronger. The issue was I started noticing my food intolerances getting worse. The stem cells had improved my pain, energy, clarity of thought, but it worsened my ability to tolerate food, something I later learned was caused by MCAS or mast cell activation syndrome. Some other stories also started circulating online groups of people getting far worse after the stem cell transplant. I can't say that this didn't shake me. As more time elapsed, I learned of legal cases that were opened against the clinic for malpractice. The clinic in Beverly Hills eventually shut its doors. It was hard to know how to feel about this. The doctor had been my saving grace. He'd pulled me out of a half existence, but I could see where people's frustrations were coming from. As the clinic grew in popularity, I think its resources became stretched and its communication became worse. Nonetheless, that man will always remain the third angel in my tale, and I'll always be grateful. It's hard for me to definitively recommend stem cells. I believe it's a gamble. Some got worse, but they did actually really help me. They didn't cure me, and some of my symptoms got worse, but they allowed me to be an active member of society again, and that was huge for me. A few more months passed. My girlfriend had moved to Australia, but she was being very distant with me and rarely answering calls. She broke up with me on Christmas Day while I was visiting my mum. I took it very badly, but it was also symbolically the end of one chapter and the start of a next. Despite our difficulties, I'm still grateful for the time we shared. There's always two sides to every story, and I don't imagine it was easy being with someone who was tormented by my health problems as I was during the time. I returned back to Brighton, and then I started living for the first time in years, really living. Me, Romain and Tom would throw parties nearly every night. I didn't drink or do drugs, but I was high on being able to participate. I felt like I was living in Brighton for the first time in my life. I was able to walk around, to take in the city, to live. I also started getting the attention of women. During my teen years, I wasn't the best looking and I was a bit awkward. During my early 20s, I was so sick I rarely went out. So this was new for me, and I threw myself in head first. I realised that I really like pretty girls, and pretty girls apparently like boys who make music. A lot of nights I'd go out by myself around Brighton and end up meeting a whole bunch of beautiful women. One night I ended up breaking into the Hilton Hotel with a girl that I just met. We managed to get onto the roof, but we were chased down the flights of stairs by security. We ended up having sex on the beach at 2 a.m. while the tide came in. The parties we throw would get crazier and crazier. There'd be times where everyone was half naked by the end of the night. I find myself in strange situations where I was having sex on a living room sofa with 2 girls while some random dude sat smoking a joint on a nearby table.
Get himself into some
I noticed
situation.
this guy who was a friend of Romain's who kept passing out on our sofa. One time he woke up covered in scratches from this Mexican girl who had been telling us stories the night before of all the people she'd stabbed. This guy was Goran Kendall. He sang like Bob Dylan, and he looked like he'd fallen out of a punk rock band. I liked him. Me, Romain and Goran were all musicians, and naturally we started jamming together. I remember the first time something clicked. We were at Goran's house with an Australian girl I'd been seeing and her friends. The night before, she'd gotten drunk and tried to strip me naked during an open mic night at the Fiddler's Elbow. I was pretty willing, and we both ended up in our underwear being kicked out in fits of laughter. We decided to start working out 3-part harmonies together. We figured out a cover of Octopus's Garden by the Beatles. And not to blow our own horns, but it sounded fucking brilliant. I remember someone walking past the house and hearing from outside, and they started to clap. Eventually the 3 of us would busk on the streets together. We all busked separately, so it made sense. Back then, I'd occasionally drag a kick and a snare drum out with me in a wheelbarrow, and I'd drum while Goran and Romain played and sang. We would always have people come up to us and they'd ask for our band name, and we never had an answer. We came up with this genius idea of forming a band.
Genius.
One of us said that we should be called the 3 Hats because there was 3 of us and sometimes we wore hats. One of us said, nah, that's shit. Eventually we settled on the Big Push, and we got tighter and tighter. As my energy increased, I was able to do more and more. We play about 5 nights a week in various pubs and bars in Brighton for shit money. On Saturday we'd get out onto the streets and go busking. There was just one problem. I was proper shit at drumming. The universe eventually provided us with a handsome bearded Irishman, and everything fell into place. I loved those boys. We were in truest sense a rock and roll band.
Man.
We got banned from playing at a few venues because we'd occasionally get carried away and break a bit too many things on stage. I got a lot of bills for microphone stands or charges for paint jobs where I'd sprawled the Big Push over the walls in permanent marker pen. Life was a bit like a movie. My ambition at the time wasn't to be in the greatest band of all time or to have any kind of success. I was just so relieved to be alive and play. So every day felt like a victory.
Oh man, so beautiful. I mean, yeah, I think I saw a comment in there, making up for lost time. Um, not about, it was in reference to the chasing the women, right? But I think overall, he was trying to squeeze as much life as possible into as little amount of time as possible because he was actually able to do so. And it's really poignant because previous to that, several times he had mentioned wanting to, almost being resentful of people who didn't have the pain he had and were able to live and not taking advantage of it, not seeing it for what it was. So you better be damn sure when he got the chance, he was going to make the most of it. So I don't blame him. Absolutely. And yes, Three Hats was shit. Sheila. And I did like um, the Big Bang Sheldon reference there, Sheila, as well. Never walk down the stairs playing the bongos. I hope Bongo Bongo is better than Sheldon's bongo song. Anyway, yeah, back to this, but man, loving it, loving it. And I have reacted to a couple of Big Push songs too, so yeah.
Despite this, I was still carrying a lot of symptoms with me. The pain in my legs never stopped. The buzzing in my feet never relented. My vision was still blurry. I'd still get days where I was so foggy that it was hard to communicate. One day after a gig with the Big Push, being overstimulated triggered a very temporary jolt back into psychosis, and I found myself lying on a table in the pub, repeating the same sentence over and over again for about 10 minutes, while surrounded by a very concerned group of onlookers. I came to, in tears, and I quickly left in embarrassment. If I didn't stick to my diet of about 5 different things, I'd be trapped in bed again, but it was okay. I was willing to hurt if it meant I could participate in life again, and I intended to live the fuck out of it. I met this beautiful Spanish girl one night after playing at a local pub, and I fell instantly in love. She had this beautiful blonde curly hair and was wearing dungarees, and I was enamored with her from the first moment that I saw her, and she didn't make it easy, which made me like her even more. I'd write her poetry, invite her to shows, and attempt to be funny. She knew me as the local slut, which didn't really make things very easy, but with time she could see that I genuinely cared about her.
Oh my gosh. Just casually throw that in there. Yeah, she knew me as the local slut, but whatever. All right. Already making a name for yourself. Well, you gotta do you, man. That was great. Okay.
He made things very easy, but with time she could see that I genuinely cared about her, and I did, a lot. One time we snuck into a cinema together, and I proceeded to climb onto what I thought was the stage below the screen to put on a show for her as she sat alone in the aisles cheering. What I didn't know was that stage wasn't a stage, it was a 6-foot drop. I confidently put my feet on thin air, and then I fell, smashing my face onto the corner of a railing on the way down, seeing a flash of white light, and regaining consciousness with her rolling around in fits of laughter on the floor. She was intelligent, creative, unusual, and beautiful. I carried a lot of trauma with me into that relationship. Relationships generally didn't feel safe for me. She was briefly diagnosed with BPD, which later turned out to be a misdiagnosis, and I had major trust issues from my last relationship, which had grown into commitment issues. It was a bit of a recipe for disaster, but we loved each other very intensely and very dysfunctionally until we couldn't. I wish I'd been able to surrender. It was a bit Sid and Nancy, very dramatic to say the least, and I won't get into it for her sake, but it was beautiful, and I loved her very much.
Yeah, BPD is a borderline personality disorder. A lot of people use that to be bipolar disorder, and they can get confused when you use an abbreviation. Some of the characteristics of those two disorders cross over a little bit, but they're inherently very different. Anyway, so I'm not sure. I think he's talking about borderline personality disorder, but it might also be bipolar disorder if they're using the wrong shorthand. Anyway, doesn't matter.
See, very dramatic to say the least, and I won't get into it for her sake, but it was beautiful, and I loved her very much. It taught me a lot. I learned that the echoes of the past had shaped me into something that I struggled to be. I envied the people who could jump into relationships and feel safe or content. I wondered if it was because I had to watch my mum and dad fighting till their marriage crumbled when I was a kid. If it was because I'd learned as a child that I had to be independent because external love was inconsistent. I wondered if it was because I'd been too late to save Joe. I wondered if it was because I was forced to live most of my adult life in isolation. I wondered if it was to do with my past relationships. I didn't know, but I felt confused and I felt angry with myself. I knew I wanted to surrender to love, to feel truly worthy of it, but every time I tried, I feel discontent and unsettled, like the security of love was something I wanted to escape. The thought of ending up in a white picket fence house with my perfect family felt like prison. After 8 long years of being tethered to a body in pain, I wanted to be liberated from any sort of attachment. Any sort of predictability of the future after a life of torturous monotony made my stomach feel like I'd swallowed cinder blocks. When I felt someone's love, I had to fight the urge to run and keep moving, but paradoxically still desperately wanted to be loved. And I loved to love. And I loved her. That discontent was something to stop with me, and it hasn't made relationships easy. Around 2018, I'd reconnect with Sam. He was in his 20s now, so I felt far less weird about hanging out with a teenage boy. During this time, we wrote a few songs together. Blind Eyed, What Went Wrong, and Same Old Situation. All bangers, by the way. It was April, and we were shooting a video for What Went Wrong. We were using my friend Josh's car, and there was a scene where we needed a smashed up bonnet. But it went outside of the budget we had to pay for the video, so me and Sam decided to go busking to raise the money. I promise what follows is the truth. We'd never rehearsed Blind Eyed live before, but while we were out on the street, I turned to him and I asked if we should play it. I started playing the first chord that made sense without even thinking. It started in B minor in this kind of reggae way that was totally different to the original recording. Somehow, it was totally fucking magic. The whole street stopped. Sam was hitting notes and runs that seemed outside of the reach of a mere mortal. Luckily, Sam Perry Falvey, who films the videos, was with us, and he captured the whole thing on camera. Before this moment, I kind of surrendered to the fact I probably wouldn't have a career in music again. I was doing it for me.
Interesting right there, something I just caught. Because the first time he used that word, it stuck out to me. He said that he wanted to surrender to love. But then he went through all the reasons why he feared it and couldn't connect with it and distanced himself from it, ran from it. But it does take to have intimacy to surrender to it, which is kind of like a giving of yourself, right? And then he just kind of used that word again, surrender to music. So interesting that he used the same word, surrender, when talking about love and when talking about music. Interesting. Anyway, I don't know, I just picked it up.
Before this moment, I kind of surrendered to the fact I probably wouldn't have a career in music again. I was doing it for me. I was doing it to celebrate being alive. The week after the video shoot, me and Sam decided to go busking again because it had felt so good. Someone filmed us covering a version of Vera Hall's Trouble So Hard.
Trouble so hard.
And posted it to a Mexican restaurant page on Facebook. It was the first thing that I'd done since returning to the land of the living that went viral, and it went very viral. It started being shared everywhere by millions of people. 2 weeks after that, another cover of us performing was circulating the internet. That went viral too. By the time we released the busking version of Blind Eyed, the internet went crazy. My social media following started exploding. People like Elton John were talking about us on the radio. People would fly in from all over the world just to watch us perform on the street. By the end of summer 2018, we were shutting down entire high streets because of the volume of people coming to watch us perform. There was something magic about the synergy of me and Sam that stopped people in their tracks. We were being tagged in videos from all over the world of people listening to Blind Eyed. People were listening from war zones, from rocket launch sites, from deep in jungles. It was surreal, and it was incredibly affirming. It was a second chance, and I didn't think I'd get a second chance. The shared out with Sam was special. A lot happened after that. More love, more heartbreak, more health complications, more healing, more setbacks, more parties, more medications, sold out shows, frustrations with the music industry, betrayals, theft, friends lost to addiction. My health would take me on more journeys into foreign countries, #1 albums, awards, a pandemic, meeting idols, making money, losing money. But I'll save all that for another time. It's fitting that this story ends here. Trouble So Hard by Vera Hall has always resonated with me very deeply. She was the daughter of a slave, navigating a hostile 1940s America, something I'll never be able to relate to. The pain and simplicity of the line, "Don't nobody know my troubles but God," was one that seemed universal to all struggles. And it was a line I was always deeply connected to. If there is a God, I want to thank you for giving me the resilience to be able to sit down here and to tell my story today. I hope it's far from over, and I hope that this is just chapter 1. Thank you, everybody, for giving me the space to share my story with you. For everybody still in the dark, trust, hope, and dare to dream that you can get out of it too. I love you all, and thank you for supporting me like you have.
Oh man, so beautiful. Trust, hope, and dare to dream. Add that unquenching and unyielding perseverance. That's what it takes. Absolutely. Make sure that's it.
Pew, pew, pew.
Pew, pew. Oh man. Oh, so good. So good. Oh, hey, we made it through 8 chapters. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me for what, like, it was only like 10 minutes, right? Or 5 hours. But, man, thank you so much. Catch up on this here. Absolutely. You're going to love Bongo Bong. I am. We're going to play it right now. And then we're going to sign off and maybe get 6 to 8 hours of sleep, right? All those years he missed out. Yeah, he was he was putting in as much as he could. Bless him. That's my girl. It's tough. Uh, Captain Tennille says we most certainly got all the permits and didn't just strap a camera to the roof. Said sarcastically in one of his line streams. That's funny. Um, Cosmic Vagabond Pixie says, love you, Black Genius Ren. Thank you. Everything you do. Pew, pew, pew. Yeah, absolutely. You can definitely see that took a lot out of him. And I'm sure it did. And I hope it is just chapter 1. With many, many, many more chapters to go. His story is captivating. And he is a captivating storyteller. So, very apropos. Alrighty. Let's get the bongo bongo. So, Ren bongo. Is this one? This is a remix. I don't know what this is. The Big Push Bongo Bong cover, or is it this one? 11 months ago or 4 years ago? You guys got to tell me. Which one is it? Under the Big Push? Probably this one, because I don't know who Pete Ellie is. I'm gonna guess it's this one. Alrighty. Let me make sure it stays on high def here. Alrighty. Let's exit stage left with the bongo bong. Alright, thank you guys so much again. Man. Beautiful, beautiful people. Appreciate your support. I've had a lot of fun. Let's ride it out. Here we go.
You're always smiling. Alright, go.
Is it a ukulele?
Mama was queen of the mumbo, Papa was king of the Congo. Tita in the jungle, I start banging my first bongo. Every monkey like to be in my place instead of me. I'm the king of bongo, baby, I'm the king of bongo bong. I went to the big town where there is a lot of sound. From the jungle to big city, looking for a bigger crowd. But I play my boogie for the people of big city, but they don't go crazy when I'm banging on my boogie. I'm the king of the bongo, king of the bongo bong. Hear me when I come, baby. Get up the bongo, get up the bongo bar. Hear me when I come. They say that I'm a clown, making too much dirty sound. They say there is no place for little monkey in this town, so I play my boogie for the people of big city, but they don't go crazy when I'm banging on my boogie. I'm the king of the bongo, king of the bongo bar. Hear me when I come, baby. King of the bongo, king of the bongo bar. Hear me when I come.
Like the bass line. I think Gorin, right? On the bass.
Je ne t'aime plus, mon amour. Je ne t'aime plus tous les jours. Je ne t'aime plus, mon amour. Je ne t'aime plus tous les jours. Parfois j'aimerais mourir tellement j'ai voulu croire. Parfois j'aimerais mourir pour ne plus rien avoir. Parfois j'aimerais mourir pour plus jamais te voir. Car je ne t'aime plus, mon amour. Parfois j'aimerais mourir tellement j'ai voulu croire. Parfois j'aimerais mourir pour plus jamais te revoir. Parfois j'aimerais mourir pour ne plus rien savoir. Non, je ne t'aime plus, mon amour. Je ne t'aime plus, mon amour. Je ne t'aime plus tous les jours.
Banging on my boogie, oh that swing belongs to me. I'm so happy there's nobody in my place instead of me. I'm a king without a crown, hanging loose in a big town. Cause I'm the king of bongo, baby, I'm the king of bongo bongo. King of the bongo, king of the bongo bongo. Hear me when I come, baby. King of the bongo, king of the bongo bongo. Hear me when I come, baby. King of the bongo, king of the bongo bongo. Hear me when I come, baby. King of the bongo, king of the bongo bongo.
Man, so much fun. So much fun. Yeah. King of the Bongo Bong. Ren is definitely the king of the Bongo Bong. I like the French rapping. Man, it's a third Big Push song I've heard, and man, they harmonized so well, the three of them. I can't imagine how they were as like kind of roommates. Yeah, that's awesome. This kind of makes me just laugh, so that'll have to be listened to at some point too. But yes, thank you for all the support. Man, oh yeah, super worth it. Thank you guys for recommending the chapters. Thank you for hanging out with me for 5.5 hours while I watched the chapters. But having just done it, I'm so glad that I did it this way. It was fun hanging out with you guys. Just listening to some epic story about a genuine unicorn, to quote the chat, right? Among goats. So, yeah. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Thank you guys so much. You're welcome for any clinical insights that were helpful. When I kind of flick that switch and counselor coping skills comes out, hope it's helpful. But yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. Get some rest, get some sleep, you beautiful, beautiful people. Alrighty. Beautiful, beautiful people. Right? Thank you very much. We will catch you on the next one.